C'est une réunion publique pour étudier donc le point 2 et 3. Alors, tous ceux qui font des soumissions écrites ou orales aujourd'hui peuvent interjeter appel. Alors, en plus, le demandeur peut interjeter appel si le conseil n'adopte pas une modification dans les 90 jours après avoir reçu la demande de rezonage. Pour soumettre des commentaires écrits pour la réunion du conseil le 9, vous devez les envoyer par courriel ou téléphoner au coordinateur du conseil. Y a-t-il des déclarations d'intérêt aujourd'hui? Alors, il n'y en a pas. Alors, à l'adoption de procès verbal du 10 novembre 2020, est-ce que c'est confirmé, adopté? Alors, regardons l'ordre du jour. Premier point, budget préliminaire de fonctionnement de l'immobilisation de 2021. On a des délégations, une présentation par la suite. Ensuite, le deuxième point, l'ordre du jour. Aujourd'hui, je regarde ma liste. Plan de lotissement de modification du règlement de zonage 7000 promenade Cambo. Il y a donc une présentation des délégations également. Alors, 3, modification du règlement de zonage 35-37 rue William Party, 262 rue York. Nous avons donc les demandeurs qui sont là. Il n'y a pas de délégation. Avez-vous des questions pour cette modification du règlement de zonage? Donc, alors, si le comité est donc prêt à l'adopter, le demandeur veut-il intervenir? J'aimerais juste exprimer nos remerciements auprès du département de l'urbanisme. C'est Bill Holson qui parle. J'aimerais remercier Anne O'Connor de son aide pendant cette demande. Ce projet va finalement embellir le marché bail. Et on va donc construire un restaurant et un bâtiment qui sera à usage multiple. On espère que ça sera adopté par le comité aujourd'hui. Donc, modification du règlement de zonage 35-37 rue William et partie du 62 rue York. Le conseiller Brockington a une question. Est-ce un commentaire rapide ou est-ce qu'on... Non, c'est très rapide. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec ce qu'a dit Bill. J'ai vu une collaboration très forte entre le demandeur, qui est le propriétaire du restaurant, qui veut qu'on reconstruire et l'équipe de l'urbanisme municipal. Ça nous a pris un certain temps pour arriver à bon port, mais nous sommes arrivés. On a très hâte finalement d'aller prendre un verre ou un repas dans le restaurant quand ça sera reconstruit après la pandémie. Alors, merci beaucoup. Je surveille. Pas de main levée. Très bien. Alors, est-ce adopté? Adopté. Merci. Quatrième point, demande de démolition de nouvelles constructions au 390-394 rue Bank. Il y a un intervenant. Donc, voilà, c'est en suspens. Numéro 5, accord de financement préalable révisé concernant la station de pompage sanitaire du chemin 10th Line. Pas de présentation, pas d'intervenant non plus. Y a-t-il des questions des conseillers? J'ai une question sur le point 4. L'intervenant est-il en faveur ou contre la démolition de 390-394 rue Bank? C'est un intervenant finalement de l'association communautaire. C'est une présentation sur la recommandation finalement. Alors voilà, on va mettre ça en suspens. 5. Alors, est-il adopté? Adopté. Et ensuite, numéro 6, rapport de situation, demande de renseignement et motion du comité de l'urbanisme pour la période se terminant le 9 novembre 2020. Est-ce reçu? Oui, c'est adopté également. Donc, on va revenir au début de la réunion, qui est la présentation du budget préliminaire. Avant d'y passer, le conseiller Leeper a une motion pour qu'on reçoive, qu'on étudie le budget révisé. Je vais demander à Mélodie finalement de l'afficher. Attendu que le 4 novembre 2020, le Conseil a reçu donc le budget des opérations et le livre budgétaire du comité. On a découvert des corrections étaient nécessaires et qui ont été déposées au Conseil pour mettre à jour le budget pour le logement abordable. Attendu que les services financiers ont déjà donc ont publié plutôt un budget, une ébauche de budget révisé qui soit résolu, que le comité de l'urbanisme reçoive et étudie donc le document révisé pour le budget de 2021. Mélodie, devons-nous l'adopter maintenant ou est-ce qu'on peut le faire après les délégations? Moi, je vous conseille de le faire pour assurer le bon déroulement de la réunion. La motion est-elle approuvée? Oui, c'est adopté. D'accord. Alors, passons maintenant à la présentation. Wendy Stevenson, notre trésorière municipale, va nous faire la présentation. À vous la parole.
Oh, okay.
And so please tell me if I'm clear and heard clearly enough at this speaking volume. So
You could be a little bit louder if you can.
Ça pourrait être plus fort.
thank you, Acting Chair. So first of all, as you indicated,
Alors, tout d'abord, comme vous,
I'm making this presentation on
moi,
behalf
j'ai fait cette présentation au nom de l'infrastructure de développement économique et les services communautaires. On a combiné la présentation en une seule présentation pour faire les choses plus simples. Shelley Van Buskirk est là pour répondre à toutes vos questions sur la composante logement. Wendy Stephenson et Madame Jasmine sont également là pour répondre à vos questions sur le budget général. Nous avons Doug James de service de l'urbanisme, Don Harwire et Charmaine Fortier et d'autres également pour nous appuyer pour répondre à toutes vos questions. Prochaine diapositive. J'aimerais donc vous donner une vue d'ensemble. Il y aura des délégations du public. Vous allez pouvoir poser des questions personnelles. Ensuite, on va vous demander d'évaluer donc les budgets de fonctionnement, d'immobilisation. Vous allez formuler vos recommandations du budget au Conseil. Prochaine diapositive, un sommaire du budget de fonctionnement et les changements les plus importants à ce budget de fonctionnement. Pour ce qui est de l'infrastructure, du développement économique et l'urbanisme, il y a quelques changements mineurs par rapport à ce qu'on a vu l'année dernière. Donc, les augmentations mineures, mais c'est un budget semblable au budget de l'année dernière. Et donc, je vais parler de la composante de logement abordable plus tard. Pour ce qui est du dernier colonne service de planification, il y a un changement pour tenir compte de l'inflation, donc une augmentation de l'excédent. Ça a été créé par l'augmentation aux frais de planification. Ça nous permet finalement de payer les ressources additionnelles dont on a besoin pour tenir compte se conformer plutôt au projet de loi 108. C'était également pour le poste de foresterie urbaine. Alors, service de code du bâtiment, les frais vont augmenter de 2,4%. Il y a des détails très stricts pour ce qui est du code du bâtiment. Donc, les frais ne doivent pas dépasser ce qui est raisonnable et donc, il y a une augmentation attribuable à l'inflation. Service du logement abordable, 8,5 millions de dollars en 2021. Ça inclut donc 1 million qui est versé à la réserve de logement à partir de 2021. Il y aura une augmentation de 5 millions pour un total de 6 millions de dollars en 2021 et les années suivantes. De plus, un paiement forfaitaire de 2 millions de dollars sera versé en 2021 pour apporter le total à 15 millions de dollars pour le logement abordable. Prochaine diapositive. Alors maintenant, les points saillants des changements du budget de fonctionnement. Nous avons de nouveaux frais pour les permis en matière de patrimoine et alors c'est une solution à court terme, de même que les autres frais qui seront augmentés pour nous permettre de nous conformer au projet de loi 108 et ça va nous permettre finalement de protéger les quartiers patrimoniaux dans le centre-ville et ailleurs. Pour ce qui est des services de planification, on a un poste temporaire pour la foresterie urbaine. On veut que ça devienne un poste permanent l'année prochaine. Alors, il y a un nouveau projet de surveillance des arbres qui a été adopté par le Conseil au mois de juin cette année. Pour ce qui est de la planification à long terme, il y a donc un paiement de 185 000 dollars qui sera nécessaire. En passant donc à la prochaine diapositive. Ici, donc, le budget des immobilisations. Pour ce qui est de l'investissement municipal en matière de logement abordable, 15 millions de dollars, c'est approuvé comme plan de dépenses en immobilisation. Il y a une augmentation de 5 millions de dollars et 1 million de dollars pour ce qui est du budget de base. Alors, l'initiative liée aux priorités de l'Ontario en matière de logement, 6,1 millions de dollars. En 2021, ça sera donc la troisième année de suite où on aura investi plusieurs millions de dollars dans cette initiative importante. Ça va apporter notre contribution à 45 millions de dollars depuis 2019. Et comme Shelley vous dira, on peut anticiper donc la contribution de la ville de 15 millions de dollars va mener certainement au même montant de la province et du fédéral. Ça devrait donc mener à la construction de 250 unités de logements abordables. Et on va contribuer 60 millions de dollars en nouveaux financements sur 10 ans. On pense que il y aura encore 10 millions de dollars des recettes des frais et également de la vente de terres supplémentaires. Alors, 430 000 dollars pour la mise à jour des redevances pour se conformer au règlement. On a besoin donc des ressources pour tenir compte des problèmes. Il y a des exigences en matière de surveillance. Il y a donc la vérification du financement des projets, des immobilisations et plusieurs interprétations politiques. Un petit rappel. On est obligé finalement de mettre à jour le règlement municipal sur les redevances tous les 5 ans. Et il y a 1,3 million de dollars pour la refonte du règlement de zonage. Ça va nous permettre de mettre en vigueur le nouveau plan officiel qui sera adopté en 2021. Et c'est un processus pluriannuel, donc c'est le début du financement pour nous permettre de démarrer ce processus. Don Harwire pourrait répondre à toutes vos questions là-dessus. 750 000 dollars pour le nouveau plan officiel. Et comme vous le savez, nous avons publié la première ébauche du plan officiel. On a très hâte de voir vos observations.
Finally, we have
En
954,000.
dernier lieu, 954 000 dollars pour la solution de gestion des terres. C'est un budget pour le remplacement d'un logiciel. C'est un logiciel qui arrive à la fin de sa vie utile. Il s'agit du logiciel qu'on utilise pour les permis de construction, etc. Donc, on a déjà signé un contrat pour remplacer ce logiciel. Et ce projet va passer à la première étape très bientôt et ça sera financé à même plusieurs redevances.
Next slide, please.
Ensuite,
Just an overview of this.
alors maintenant, les sources de financement et des immobilisations, d'où proviennent les fonds.
To accomplish this budget before
Alors,
you, the budget will draw $15 million
le budget va
from Capital Reserve Fund,
va donc puiser dans les réserves à concurrence de 15,2 millions de dollars. 3,2 millions de dollars proviendront des redevances et l'encaisse et la dette et 6,1 millions de dollars viendront des recettes. Alors, voilà, vous voyez donc les recettes en bleu sur la baigne. Donc, il y a deux sources de revenus, 13,4 millions de dollars de la réserve et 1,6 million de dollars proviennent des redevances. Et ça nous permet de nous conformer au règlement. Ça met fin à la présentation. Il y a plusieurs membres du personnel qui sont là pour répondre à toutes vos questions. Alors, merci beaucoup, Steve. Alors, ce qu'on va faire maintenant, c'est de donner la parole aux délégations. Ensuite, on va vous permettre de poser vos questions au personnel. Tout d'abord, nous avons Dr. Karen Somerville, qui est présidente de Canadian for Properly Built Homes. Dr. Somerville, êtes-vous là en ligne?
Yes, good morning.
Bonjour. Ah, vous avez 5 minutes. Merci beaucoup. Merci de me donner l'occasion de vous rencontrer aujourd'hui. Je m'appelle Karen Somerville. Je suis accompagnée de Nancy Shipman. Nous sommes donc toutes les deux bénévoles auprès de Canadians for Properly Built Homes. CPBH a été fondé en 2004, qui est une entité à but non lucratif qui vise à faire construire les maisons abordables pour les Canadiens. Nous sommes donc dirigés par un conseil d'administration composé de bénévoles et appuyés par un conseil consultatif composé de plusieurs parties prenantes. Nous sommes tous des bénévoles. Personne n'est payé un salaire. On est là pour vous demander de nous aider. On vous a fourni des documents d'information. J'aimerais remercier Mélanie de nous avoir aidés à faire cela. En bref, il y a deux inquiétudes. Alors, toutes ces inquiétudes ont une incidence sur la santé des gens qui possèdent ces nouvelles maisons. La formation adéquate des inspecteurs des maisons, comme Arlene Gregoire a dit, le Code du bâtiment vise à mettre en place les normes minimales pour permettre aux gens de survivre dans leur maison, mais on parle de normes minimales. Toutes les déficiences sont très graves. Alors, il y a des problèmes reliés à cela à Ottawa et ça a été signalé dans les journaux en 2018, par exemple, dans l'Ottawa Citizen. On lit que les conseillers tels que Stephen Blais ont averti la ville, à savoir que la ville pourrait vivre des poursuites parce que les inspecteurs ont finalement certifié les maisons qui n'ont pas inspecté adéquatement. En 2019, à Cardinal Creek Village, nous avons tenu une réunion pour les propriétaires. Plus de 100 personnes ont participé. La ville d'Ottawa était bien représentée. Votre personnel a entendu les préoccupations des propriétaires. Certains étaient très en colère, d'autres étaient en larmes. Certains avaient peur finalement pour leur santé. Alors, les propriétaires de maisons d'Ottawa payent les inspections adéquates. Le moment est venu pour que ça se fasse. Alors, la deuxième inquiétude est comme suit. Alors, la surveillance de radon. Selon Santé Canada, radon est donc la deuxième cause de cancer des poumons au Canada. On a donc fixé la norme. Et il y avait un propriétaire qui a donc fait tester sa maison et a dépassé la norme de 15 fois. Il était très inquiet. Le ministère a dit clairement que c'est le rôle de la municipalité de décider si le radon est en fait problématique. C'est très important. Dans sa réponse écrite, le ministère a cité la ville de Guelph comme exemple. La ville de Guelph finalement a mis en place un plan pour atténuer le radon. Certaines municipalités ont pris des mesures, mais la ville d'Ottawa n'a rien fait, même après avoir reçu la réponse du ministère. Ce n'est pas seulement nous qui en sommes inquiets. On a été contactés par bien des gens qui essaient de convaincre la municipalité finalement à passer à l'acte. Karst continue à être très actif dans ce domaine. Karst a donné un avis juridique en 2017 et la ville d'Ottawa a confirmé que la ville a reçu cet avis juridique, mais la ville d'Ottawa ne reconnaît pas qu'elle a la responsabilité de mettre en place des mesures. La ville d'Ottawa devrait donc assumer ses responsabilités dans ce domaine. En conclusion, pour la ville d'Ottawa, ces situations sont des dossiers qui doivent être gérés pour les propriétaires. Ça peut donc devenir un cauchemar. Veuillez protéger les propriétaires des maisons Ottawa de ces problèmes qui nuisent à leur santé. Merci beaucoup. Il y a une question de la conseillère McKinney. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur vice-président. Alors, bonjour Karen, je vous vois. Merci beaucoup de cette présentation. J'apprécie toujours vous entendre parler. Acheter une maison est certainement l'investissement le plus important qu'on fait, n'est-ce pas, dans une vie. On sait que le logement est très cher, qu'on soit propriétaire ou qu'on soit locataire. C'est devenu finalement très cher, quelque chose qui est devenu une préoccupation pour tous. On ne peut pas courir de risques, vous voyez. Donc, j'ai une question que j'aimerais vous poser. Pourriez-vous peut-être nous donner un exemple de comment notre code du bâtiment et comment les services de code du bâtiment réagissent au signalement de déficience ou effectuent son travail d'inspection. Est-ce que vous pouvez les comparer leurs services avec d'autres municipalités? Est-ce qu'on fait des choses différemment ailleurs? Est-ce qu'on pourrait apprendre des pratiques exemplaires des autres? Merci beaucoup, Catherine, d'avoir posé cette question-là. Alors, c'est intéressant de voir, par exemple, que si on prend l'exemple du radon, alors, le ministère a cité Guelph, Kingston a travaillé agressivement dans ce domaine également. Et moi, je vous dirais d'adopter un plan proactif. Il faudrait vous tourner à ces deux municipalités qui devraient servir d'exemple en réfléchissant donc à des nouvelles maisons et aux services d'inspection. Généralement, votre personnel a reconnu que c'est très difficile de recruter des inspecteurs qualifiés ou compétents. L'exemple le plus récent, c'est le tsunami gris. Je ne comprenais pas ce que ça voulait dire, mais qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? C'est une situation où on a des inspecteurs très compétents, très qualifiés qui prennent leur retraite et la relève n'est pas là. C'est difficile de recruter la relève. Monsieur Reevely a écrit un article en 2018 et proposé de leur payer plus. Je vais me concentrer sur l'Ontario. Nous sommes un organisme néanmoins national. Il y a d'autres municipalités qui ont trouvé des façons pour payer plus, pour payer les salaires plus importants aux inspecteurs. Je me suis entretenu avec John Buck et la planification de la relève est très, très importante. Il était ouvert à cela. Et dans sa réponse, il en parle d'autres municipalités sont passées à l'acte. Toronto, par exemple, il y a quand même des problèmes à Toronto, soyons clairs, mais la planification de la relève est finalement très important et offrir de bons salaires est également un autre facteur très important. Est-ce que ça répond à votre question? Oui. Certainement, je vais me pencher sur les autres municipalités. Je vais avoir une conversation de suivi avec le personnel. Merci d'avoir été des nôtres aujourd'hui. C'est très important. Merci beaucoup. Merci, Madame la conseillère. Après les délégations, on va revenir au personnel et on va leur permettre de répondre aux questions. La conseillère Kitts. Merci, Dr. Somerville. Je n'ai pas de questions pour vous, mais j'aimerais vous remercier d'avoir fait cette présentation. Je sais que vous travaillez fortement dans mon quartier. J'ai des questions pour le personnel, mais je vais les poser plus tard. Je voulais tout simplement vous remercier. Merci, Madame la conseillère Kitts. Très bien, il n'y a plus de questions. Merci beaucoup, Karen. Merci, je vous prie. Maintenant, nous avons Ray Sullivan, directeur exécutif Central Times Citizens Ottawa Corporation. Comment allez-vous? J'essaie d'allumer mon caméra. Donnez-moi quelques instants, je vous prie.
There you are. Good to see you.
Vous voilà. Très bien, merci beaucoup. Désolé du retard. Pour commencer, je vais me présenter. Je suis Ray Sullivan, je suis directeur exécutif de CCOC. Nous sommes une entité qui représente les propriétaires. Nous sommes également promoteurs de logements abordables. On travaille avec la municipalité et d'autres pour appuyer d'autres entités à but non lucratif pour faire construire le logement abordable de par la ville. Nous également prenons l'abordabilité des logements dans toutes ses formes. Alors, il nous fait plaisir de voir la ville déclarer une urgence de logement pour donc s'attaquer aux problèmes. Avant la pandémie, les loyers moyens à Ottawa finalement augmentaient plus rapidement que dans toute autre ville du Canada. La pandémie finalement n'a fait qu'aggraver le problème. Les voisins les plus pauvres sont laissés pour compte. Ce n'est pas seulement un problème de services sociaux, c'est également un problème d'urbanisme. La recherche effectuée par l'Université de Carleton montre que quand on perd 7 ou 8 logements abordables pour chaque nouvelle unité construite pour la municipalité. On parle des milliers de logements qui sont perdus chaque année. Il y a des milliers de logements qui ne sont plus abordables, qui n'existent même pas pour les gens à faible revenu. Je suis encouragé, malgré le fait qu'il y a une énorme pression financière sur la ville d'Ottawa. Donc, on maintient la contribution discrétionnaire de la municipalité de 15 millions de dollars. Ce n'est pas assez, mais au moins, on ne fait pas de recul quand le conseiller libre parlait du logement abordable. Je me suis dit que peut-être les 15 millions de dollars tiendraient compte du taux d'inflation. Hélas, ce n'est pas le cas. Heureusement, la ville peut bénéficier de 32 millions de dollars d'initiatives provinciales. Ce n'est pas reflété dans le budget, mais ça ne sera pas encore assez de financement. La formule nécessaire exige finalement de faire beaucoup plus. On ne peut pas tout simplement répéter ce qu'on a fait par le passé. On doit reconnaître que l'abordabilité des logements est une question d'urbanisme et le plan officiel va dans le bon sens. On met l'accent sur aider les populations mal desservies. Alors, on va se pencher sur le zonage inclusive. Une autre suggestion que j'aimerais vous faire quand on reçoit une note de service du personnel, il y a toujours une partie sur l'incidence sur des collectivités. On devrait avoir également une partie portant sur l'abordabilité du logement. Comment est-ce que ça va améliorer l'accès au logement? Si vous ne vous posez pas ces questions, vous n'allez pas dans le bon sens. Et ça veut dire que vous n'allez jamais atteindre votre objectif.
On en perd plus que ce qu'on crée. Alors, nous devons travailler pour avoir des loyers abordables. Ça a été une très bonne étape l'année dernière, mais la deuxième étape sera de penser à un plan de remplacement des logements locatifs, comme à Toronto. Il y a plus de Herongate et de villages qui viendront et la ville doit se préparer à cela. Alors, pour toutes ces initiatives seront aussi importantes que ce qui est proposé dans votre budget préliminaire. Je compte sur le budget de l'année prochaine, mais on n'aura pas l'avantage d'avoir les 32 millions de dollars du gouvernement fédéral et la ville d'Ottawa doit continuer de se consacrer au logement abordable. Merci, Ray. On a une question de la conseillère McKenney. Merci, vice-président. Merci, Ray, d'être venu pour nous parler ce matin. Pouvez-vous nous rappeler, en fait, la communauté avait demandé 20 millions. Pouvez-vous nous rappeler pourquoi 5 millions de dollars pourraient accomplir un supplément de loyer ou pour augmenter le stock immobilier? Oui, bien sûr. Il y a deux façons d'aborder cela. Comme cela, oui, dans un budget de fonctionnement, l'investir en supplément de loyer, il faudrait que vous le fassiez à chaque année. Ça aiderait à peu près 800 personnes, 800 personnes à avoir un supplément de loyer. Il ne faut pas oublier qu'avec l'argent que vous engagez dans votre budget et l'argent qui viendra des programmes provinciaux et fédéraux, eh bien, ceci vous permet d'avoir accès à d'autres sources d'argent aussi. Donc, 5 millions de dollars de plus, qui porterait le total à 20 millions, pourrait nous aider à trouver 10 à 15 millions de dollars auprès d'autres sources. Ça pourrait créer une quarantaine de nouvelles unités abordables pour 20, 30, 40 ans. Alors, c'est vraiment un investissement immédiat pour des logements abordables à très long terme. Exactement. C'est important d'y penser, de se dire que ce n'est pas un puits sans fond. Nous aurons un bon rendement sur cet investissement. Et ce sera bon pour notre budget aussi parce que ce serait 40 ménages qui sont dans des hôtels et des motels aujourd'hui. Et ça coûte assez cher aussi de les garder à ces endroits-là. Ce 5 millions de plus voudrait dire qu'on pourrait recouvrer cela et aider ces familles. Alors, c'est très important d'y penser et merci d'être venu. Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Merci, Ray. Prochain intervenant, Salma Al-Shahabi. Salma ne semble pas être là. Bon, si elle arrive plus tard, on lui donnera la parole. Alors, nous allons passer à Alex Collin. Bonjour, Alex. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour aux membres du comité. Je représente le Belltown Neighbors Association, soutenu par la Fédération des associations de citoyens, de même que d'autres associations communautaires. Je voulais vous parler de représentation au tribunal d'appel local au sujet des décisions du comité de dérogation. Comme vous le savez, le Conseil a délégué le pouvoir dans la loi sur l'aménagement du territoire à ce comité pour traiter des dérogations mineures. Le conseil municipal nomme des membres au comité de dérogation et offre du soutien administratif. En janvier 2018, il y a eu une audience qui traitait de dérogations mineures dans ma communauté. La propriété est dans une plaine inondable centenaire on voulait agrandir une propriété au-delà de ce qui est permis. Le demandeur demandait 67 d'expansion. C'est allé au comité de dérogation et le service de planification d'infrastructure s'est opposé à cette demande et on est d'accord avec le personnel d'ailleurs. Dans notre association, le comité de dérogation a refusé cette dérogation à cause de ces interventions. Il y a alors eu un appel au tribunal local. Le tribunal a tenu une audience, mais seul le promoteur est venu. On n'a pas été informé de cette audience, ni que la ville ne serait pas présente. Alors, comme personne n'était là, le tribunal a accordé la demande, a acquiescé à la demande du demandeur. Alors, comment cela se fait? La conseillère Cavana a présenté une demande de renseignement au comité d'urbanisme au sujet de la politique municipale sur les appels et sa réponse était que la Ville ne représente pas le comité de dérogation dans des appels. La Ville se présentera pour un appel si le personnel dit que c'est une question d'intérêt ou si le conseil dépose une motion nous enjoignant de comparaître. Alors, ni le conseiller ni la communauté n'étaient au courant de la décision du comité d'urbanisme à cet égard. Ainsi, la Ville appuie une position, le comité de dérogation est d'accord, mais s'il y a un appel, la Ville ne se présente pas, donc le demandeur la porte. C'est une incohérence dans votre processus. Le fait que le service puisse choisir si oui ou non c'est dans l'intérêt de la Ville de se présenter au tribunal d'appel ou non, c'est peut-être justifiable, mais ni la communauté ni le conseiller n'ont été mis au courant de la décision. Et moi, je n'étais pas au courant. On ne savait pas à quel moment l'audience était pour avoir lieu et nous ne savions pas que la Ville n'allait pas se présenter non plus. Alors, si la Ville veut promouvoir une position au comité de dérogation et ne se présente pas au tribunal d'appel, vous pouvez tirer vos propres conclusions. C'est quelque chose qui doit être corrigé. Alors, voilà ce que j'avais à dire à votre comité.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cullen.
Merci, M.
Not
Collin.
seeing any questions from
Il n'y a pas de
committee members.
questions de
Thank you.
membres du comité. Merci d'être venu. J'ai distribué du matériel, la lettre qu'on a écrite au service d'urbanisme, au service juridique et au comité de dérogation. Aucune lettre n'a reçu de réponse. Alors, j'espère que le comité pourra assurer le suivi à ce dossier parce que ça ne vaut pas la peine d'avoir une
Thank you, Mr.
politique si
Cullen.
elle est appliquée de cette façon-là. Merci, M. Collin.
Yes, Councillor Leeper.
Conseiller Leeper, oui, combien, quelles seraient les répercussions budgétaires si on se présentait, si le service de l'urbanisme se présentait au tribunal d'appel? Je ne peux pas vous le dire parce que je ne sais pas combien d'audiences il y a et auxquelles la Ville participe. Je peux vous dire que c'est un problème que bien des associations communautaires ont noté. Le Parc Champlain, par exemple, c'est un exemple. L'association communautaire était très frustrée de cela. Et je peux vous dire aussi, d'après ma vie précédente, que ce n'était pas le cas. Dans les conseils précédents, et là, je remonte à il y a longtemps, le service d'urbanisme se présentait aux audiences du tribunal d'appel. Vous devriez également savoir que les parties peuvent convoquer par subpoena le service de la ville, mais si le service de l'urbanisme décide de ne pas y aller, personne d'autre ne sait quelle décision a été rendue. Le conseiller n'est pas mis au courant, le comité non plus. Alors, c'est une déficience du système parce qu'on ne peut pas défendre la position non plus. Alors, il y a deux enjeux distincts ici. Mais parmi les associations communautaires, il y a beaucoup d'inquiétudes. Le fait qu'il existe un tel processus, mais qu'il ne donne rien.
Thank you very
Merci.
much. Next speaker
Merci.
is
Prochain intervenant, Sam Hirsch, Horizon, Ottawa.
Can folks hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead,
Vous
Sam.
m'entendez? Oui. Mon micro n'est pas très bon. Désolé. Bonjour. Nous sommes sur le territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine. Quand on parle de planification et d'affectation du sol, la communauté autochtone devrait être impliquée de plus près et mieux. Il devrait y avoir une meilleure représentation au comité. Je m'appelle Sam Hirsch. Je suis ici au nom de Horizon Ottawa. Je suis ici aujourd'hui pour parler de logements abordables en particulier, comme bien d'autres. En 2013, la Ville a approuvé un programme de logement de 10 ans qui vise à éliminer l'itinérance chronique à Ottawa. Entre 2014 et 2018, la Ville a rajouté 494 nouvelles unités abordables avec un programme d'augmentation du logement abordable. Mais avec chaque unité abordable, comme un délégué l'a dit, Ottawa perd 7 unités existantes à cause de démolition et c'est pourquoi la décision d'hier, par exemple, n'était pas logique. Au sujet de Manor Village, le fait que le personnel dise on peut se permettre de détruire 120 unités de logement à cause du train léger est illogique. Comment peut-on perdre ainsi des unités abordables? Alors, il nous faut avoir un système de transport abordable, mais la viabilité veut dire aussi viable pour les gens. Le bruit et les perturbations ne devraient pas l'emporter sur les besoins de logement de 120 ménages. Comme la conseillère Cavanal l'a dit, la réponse aurait été différente si on avait parlé de Manor Park et non pas de Manor Village. Tout cela pour dire au conseil municipal et au conseil personnel que vous n'appréciez pas le logement abordable comme il se doit. Le conseil municipal peut déclarer une urgence de logement en janvier, mais on ne le croirait pas après ce que j'ai entendu hier et à regarder votre budget. On demande dans différents secteurs toujours plus de logements abordables. Alors, je ne sais pas pourquoi vous ignorez cela. Je ne suis pas un expert en redevances d'aménagement, mais je sais que la Ville pourrait s'en servir davantage parce que c'est un certain pourcentage que doivent verser des promoteurs. Seulement 1,6 million de dollars est réservé pour le logement abordable, alors que l'élargissement de route reçoit 25 millions. Les services aussi, comme les services de garde d'enfants, n'en reçoivent pas assez non plus. Alors, je sais que la Ville est responsable des redevances. D'autres villes comme Toronto, Kingston et Hamilton consacrent 3 des redevances d'aménagement au logement abordable. Pour revenir à mon point, ce budget est très compliqué à lire. Je pense que c'est pour cela qu'il n'y a que 11 personnes ici aujourd'hui. Je sais que le personnel travaille très fort. Je ne veux pas diminuer leurs efforts, mais à moins que vous ne soyez au courant de tout cela ou que vous ayez des connaissances universitaires, c'est impossible. Même les personnes à qui je n'ai pas parlé et qui il y a bien des gens bien éduqués qui ne comprennent pas le budget. C'est pour cela qu'il n'y a pas beaucoup d'engagement de la part des gens à faible revenu, parce que ces gens-là n'ont pas accès à ces connaissances et ne comprennent pas le budget. Le conseil municipal doit faire mieux pour rendre ce document compréhensible, parce que tant qu'il reste, comme je l'ai dit, comme cela, les promoteurs et ceux qui comprennent le budget auront plus de pouvoir que les autres. Merci, Sam, de cette présentation. Je ne vois pas de main levée. Très bien, alors merci. Prochain intervenant, Vivine Mbarushimana. Elle n'est pas là encore. On continue. Iman Al-Khatib. En fait, je ne vois personne de Kawi. Et bon, ces gens-là se sont inscrits hier.
Salma El-Shahab.
Et que dire de Salma Al-Shahabi? Non. Et c'est la fin de la liste des intervenants. Bon, alors, on passe aux questions au personnel. Steve Willis m'a rappelé que Donna Gray est également disponible si vous avez des questions. Je vais commencer avec les membres du comité, puis je passerai aux non-membres après. Alors, conseiller Lieber, donc. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Une question pour Steve au sujet des 1,3 million qui sont prévus pour le début de l'examen du règlement de zonage. C'est quand même beaucoup. Comment ce sera dépensé?
Excuse me, Chair. If Don Herwire is on the line, maybe I'll let Don take that question.
Don est en ligne aussi. Je vais lui demander de répondre, s'il vous plaît.
Thanks for the question, Chair.
Merci de la question.
Councillor, to your question, we actually have a report coming to
Un
ARAC
rapport sera soumis au comité la semaine prochaine qui vous donnera le détail de la première phase du programme de dépenses. Mais en bref, c'est pour du personnel additionnel, personnel temporaire et un consultant en planification qui nous aidera à faire une évaluation des pratiques exemplaires auprès de d'autres municipalités. Alors, c'est une combinaison d'ajout de personnel pour aider l'équipe actuelle. Bon, dans les discussions autour du plan officiel qu'on a eu avec la communauté, on a parlé d'une période de quelques années pour faire cet examen du règlement de zonage. Ça me paraît de grandes dépenses pour quelque chose qui n'a pas fait l'objet de consultation publique. Est-ce qu'il y a une partie de ce budget qui servira à la consultation du public? Monsieur le Président, le travail en 2021 se limitera surtout à la recherche parce que le plan officiel ne sera pas en vigueur avant le 4e trimestre de 2021. Alors, la consultation vient plutôt après coup, mais on a beaucoup de recherches à faire d'abord. Ensuite, on voudrait commencer aussi le travail sur le zonage inclusif. Mais il y aurait certainement des consultations du public. Je comprends qu'il vous faut de l'aide temporaire pour faire ce travail, mais à quel niveau? Des urbanistes ou qu'est-ce qui sera versé à partir de ce budget et combien de gens prévoyez-vous recruter? Ça, c'est présenté dans le rapport que j'ai mentionné. Ce sera surtout du personnel d'urbanisme, du personnel junior et intermédiaire. Nous avons des membres déjà dans notre équipe qui accompagneront ces nouvelles recrues. Je suppose que certains de nos employés ici vont pouvoir également contribuer aux examens sur les aménagements intercalaires aussi. Alors, en fait, les personnes qui vont maintenant s'occuper du règlement de zonage se trouvent où maintenant? Nous allons dégager certains employés. Carol Ruddy, qui nous est revenu de son détachement. Alors, avec Tim, ce sont 2 personnes qui assureront le leadership.
And then with consultant help
Et puis, avec l'aide d'un consultant et de combien d'employés temporaires?
senior workers.
subalterne. Si vous me donnez un instant, je vais vérifier et je vous reviendrai avec ce chiffre. Bon, d'accord.
Thank you, Don.
Alors, merci, Don. Je pense qu'il nous incombe d'obtenir une réponse pour les préoccupations soulevées au sujet des gens de Better Home, au
Building.
sujet des inspections de bâtiments et certaines des préoccupations qui ont été soulevées. Steve ou John, si vous pouviez nous parler de cela un peu.
Building official John Buck to answer in a moment, but I will just
John
reiterate.
Buck va vous répondre dans un instant, mais je répéterai parce qu'on a eu cette discussion déjà. Il nous manque encore du personnel qui n'a rien à voir avec le nombre de postes. C'est qu'on a de la difficulté à trouver des gens d'expérience. Ce n'est pas le problème qui revient à Ottawa seulement, c'est comme ça dans toute la province. On utilise nos contacts avec le Collège algonquin, par exemple, pour avoir des gens au niveau d'entrée, mais on a besoin de gens qui ont de l'expérience et c'est vraiment difficile de trouver de bons candidats. Alors, John va élaborer un peu plus ma réponse. Bonjour tout le monde. Monsieur le Président, merci conseiller de la question. Oui, comme Steve l'a dit, les services du Code du bâtiment ont un problème de recrutement. On a perdu 13 personnes cette année seulement à cause de la retraite ou le déménagement. Le principal problème, pas seulement à Ottawa, mais ailleurs, ce sont les qualifications obligatoires pour nos inspecteurs et pour aller faire des inspections de bâtiments ou pour examiner des plans au fin de la délivrance d'un permis de construire. Nos gens, à peu près une centaine d'employés, doivent posséder les qualifications du ministère et c'est très difficile pour nous. Et ça l'est depuis une quinzaine d'années, depuis l'entrée en vigueur de ce programme. Alors, nous sommes très fiers de notre programme d'internat de stagiaires. Il est assez unique en Ontario et on est obligé de développer nos propres inspecteurs du bâtiment. Comme Steve l'a dit, on est en contact avec les collèges et universités et on offre aussi des programmes de formation progressive, donc pour que ces jeunes puissent progresser et faire des inspections dans des immeubles multirésidentiels jusque dans des hôpitaux. Alors, c'est certain qu'on a des problèmes à cause du tsunami gris et on aurait besoin d'une dizaine de personnel en inspection de bâtiments. On a des postes vacants et il faudrait qu'on ait des nouvelles recrues pour être un peu plus agile, par exemple, dans le cadre de la COVID-19. On a un processus de soumission électronique qui a été mis en place, mais je pense que ça va bien aller bientôt. Les stagiaires vieillissent, acquièrent de l'expérience et on aura de nouveaux stagiaires qui sortent des collèges aussi. Alors, on a un bon programme de formation et on continue de servir nos clients et tous nos inspecteurs et examinateurs de plans sont bien occupés. Alors, le docteur Somerville a suggéré qu'on pourrait payer plus cher pour attirer des talents de Kingston, Hamilton et Toronto et d'ailleurs. Est-ce qu'elle a tort de suggérer que les salaires sont un facteur important pour attirer les bons talents? Je peux répondre à cette question, Monsieur le Président. Les salaires, c'est toujours un facteur important, mais ça, le problème pourtant touche toutes les municipalités de la province, pas seulement Ottawa. On regarde, on examine nos classifications et l'examen est en cours pour certains postes. Alors, c'est vrai qu'il y a place à l'amélioration Mais là encore, il n'y a pas de solution magique à ce problème. Il faut continuer de former nos propres gens. Et c'est là-dessus qu'on se consacre maintenant. Bon, alors, Monsieur le Président, je m'arrête là-dessus. Je ne sais pas si John a obtenu une réponse pour moi au sujet du nombre d'ETP. Oui, je l'ai. Pour les nouvelles ressources, ce serait deux urbanistes et un technicien GIS.
That's significant. Okay, thank you.
Bon, c'est pas mal. Merci.
All right, thank you. Councillor Tierney is next on the list.
Le conseiller Tierney est le suivant. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Cette question s'adresse à Tim Mark. J'espère, Tim, que vous avez écouté les délégations. L'une d'elles était l'ancien conseiller Alex Collin. Il parle d'un jeu de chat et de la souris quand on parle d'audience de tribunal. Avez-vous des commentaires là-dessus? Est-ce qu'on est vraiment transparent? Est-ce qu'on respecte vraiment la lettre de la loi? Monsieur le Président, je dirais que l'on fait certainement les choses conformément à la loi et l'ordre. La Ville ne représente pas le comité de dérogation. La Ville est complètement distincte de cela. Le processus que M. Collin a identifié, ce qu'il a décrit est essentiellement correct. Tous les appels me sont soumis par le comité de dérogation et je détermine si oui ou non le personnel fera des commentaires. Et c'est bien souvent, la Ville n'a pas d'objection au comité de dérogation. Quand le personnel se dit inquiet, je contacte l'urbaniste responsable et le gestionnaire pour voir si ce dossier intéresse la Ville et justifierait la présence de la Ville. Et si oui, eh bien, la Ville est représentée. Sinon, la Ville ne se présente pas à l'audience. Le directeur général aura peut-être des commentaires à faire là-dessus aussi. Merci, Monsieur Mack. Et je m'excuse à Monsieur Collin de ne pas avoir répondu à sa question parce que je lui ai parlé directement et je ne savais pas qu'il n'y avait pas eu de réponse d'envoyé. Alors, mes excuses, Monsieur Collin. Il a parlé d'un cas bien précis qui est une exception et non pas la règle. Je pense que le processus de Monsieur Mark est bien exhaustif. Dans ce cas particulier mentionné par Monsieur Collins, c'est une situation extraordinaire. Je suis étonnée de la décision du tribunal d'appel puisque notre position était expliquée très clairement. Alors, le processus de préavis, c'est vrai. Je vais parler à M. Collin personnellement pour voir ce qu'on peut faire dans ces cas-là au sujet de la communication. Mais là encore, le comité de dérogation est un organisme indépendant. Oui, je pense que les anciens conseillers comprennent comment le système fonctionne, mais je le remercie quand même de son intervention.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kitts.
La conseillère Kitts, vous avez la parole. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le conseiller Lipper a déjà posé beaucoup de mes questions sur les inspections des bâtiments. J'ai une question de suivi. Je ne sais pas à qui ma question s'adresse, mais quand on effectue des inspections, la ville, est-ce qu'elle prélève les niveaux de radon? Par l'entremise de la présidence, la municipalité ne fait pas ce genre de test pendant les inspections. Santé Canada recommande qu'on teste pour le radon après l'occupation. Donc, c'est un test 3 mois après la prise de possession de la maison. Et ça donnera donc le niveau de radon en becquerel au-dessus de 200 becquerels. Alors, il faut mettre en place des mesures de rémédiation. Alors, ce n'est pas effectué dans le cadre des inspections parce que la maison doit être occupée pour qu'on teste pour la présence de radon. Alors, un voisin pourrait avoir un niveau élevé de radon et la maison d'à côté, rien, c'est impossible de prévoir ce qui sera le résultat pour une maison donnée. Alors, d'accord. Si les niveaux dangereux de radon sont identifiés à partir de cette période de 90 jours, la municipalité ne jouerait aucun rôle, n'est-ce pas? Alors, normalement, on a déjà fermé le dossier d'inspection parce que les services au bâtiment inspectent le travail pendant la construction. Alors, le radon, finalement, est quelque chose qui est couvert par la garantie. Alors, en vertu du code, nous n'avons pas de mécanismes pour obliger finalement la mise en place de mesures pour atténuer le radon. Merci beaucoup. J'ai quelques questions sur le radon qui n'ont rien à voir avec le budget en tant que tel. Très rapidement, si les conseillers veulent avoir plus d'informations sur ce sujet, on pourrait l'organiser. John a donné donc la réponse technique. On fait notre inspection en fonction donc du code du bâtiment. Certaines préoccupations soulevées aujourd'hui, en fait, me laissent penser qu'il faudrait peut-être bonifier ou améliorer le code du bâtiment. Il peut y avoir des situations très complexes, certes, mais on s'adresse aux autres paliers du gouvernement pour fixer le code. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. La conseillère Doudas, vous avez la parole. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ma question porte sur les 15 millions de dollars qui est versé au logement. On sait que cette année a été inhabituelle et a une incidence sur les opérations municipales. En déficit de 183 millions de dollars, on a vu que le fédéral et le gouvernement provincial a bonifié, a renfloué nos caisses également. On peut toujours investir plus, mais je pense que ça serait utile pour nous de parler du résultat finalement qui pourrait être obtenu de cet investissement de 15 millions de dollars et pourrait-on peut-être bonifier ce montant plutôt en 2021-2022 pour qu'on puisse faire plus du côté du logement abordable. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, je peux répondre à la première partie de la question. Ray Sullivan a abordé cette question. C'est que tout investissement dans le logement abordable, finalement, est accompagné finalement d'un montant comparable du fédéral et du gouvernement provincial. Avec 15 millions de dollars, on va pouvoir construire jusqu'à 250 unités supplémentaires. Nous avons obtenu les 15 millions de dollars cette année. Et ça montre finalement que la ville veut passer là, même dans la situation financière actuelle. Plus important encore, il y avait 1 million qui a été ajouté au budget de base en 2020. Maintenant, nous avons encore 5 millions de dollars. Donc, 6 millions au total sur 10 ans, 60 millions de dollars qu'on aura à investir dans le logement abordable. Alors, et on anticipe des recettes additionnelles. Donc, ça va être porté à 20 millions de dollars. Alors, Wendy est des nôtres aujourd'hui. Je ne sais pas s'il a quelque chose à ajouter au sujet des budgets des années suivantes. Bonjour, merci, Shelley. Un élément dont on ignore, c'est le plan À long terme, ça sera présenté au Conseil pendant le premier trimestre de 2021 et ça va donc vous présenter les 10 prochaines années et les investissements sur 10 ans. Shelley a fait remarquer ce matin qu'il y a eu une augmentation, que le budget de base a été augmenté. Nous avons augmenté notre contribution annuelle qui était anciennement 1 million de dollars. C'est maintenant passé à 6 millions de dollars. Et on va le voir dépensé sur 10 ans, mais cet investissement va devenir permanent finalement sur une période beaucoup plus longue. Alors, c'est important selon moi. Nous allons toujours ressentir les pressions et finalement avoir besoin finalement de construire de nouveaux logements abordables. C'est positif néanmoins, c'est un investissement à long terme assez important dans l'infrastructure de logement. Et maintenant, j'aimerais poser une autre question. Le conseiller Lieber avait abordé la question des emplois à temps plein et le personnel, la dotation finalement au service au bâtiment, service d'urbanisme. Nous savons finalement qu'il y a bien des projets importants qui sont en cours. Le personnel a été appelé à faire leur contribution. Alors, il y a d'autres projets moins importants finalement qui ont pris un peu plus de temps que prévu. Ma question pour Steve, en achevant certains de ces projets de taille, est-ce que nous allons commencer à voir qu'on va pouvoir dégager le personnel pour travailler sur les projets moins importants? Est-ce qu'on va finalement affecter plus de fonds l'année prochaine à ces initiatives? Est-ce qu'on va donc affecter plus de personnel à ces projets également? Alors, vous me demandez ce qu'il nous faut pour finalement tenir compte, nous attaquer à chaque priorité. À chaque réunion, il y a du conseil, il y a de nouvelles priorités. Et notre travail, notre responsabilité, finalement, c'est de refléter ces priorités. Ce comité a dit qu'il fallait accélérer le processus, qu'il fallait donc affecter tout le personnel à ce projet. Il y a les autres projets tels que le couloir économique 174. On veut que ce projet soit mené à bien. Ce n'est pas le bon moment finalement pour demander des ressources additionnelles au Conseil. Et on va voir quelle sera la situation l'année prochaine. Mais j'apprécie cela. Mais il faut qu'on reconnaisse que cette année n'est pas normale. L'année prochaine ne sera pas normale et même 2022 également. Mais on continue à avoir une croissance. Nous sommes une ville qui est en croissance, en pleine croissance. Donc, les besoins sont en croissance également. On continue à vous demander de faire plus. Vous ne pouvez pas faire plus sans avoir le personnel nécessaire pour le faire. On veut tous voir finalement qu'on améliore notre ville. Alors, j'aimerais poser la question suivante. Alors, à l'approche de l'année prochaine, pourriez-vous peut-être nous revenir pour nous dire quels seront vos besoins pour l'avenir? Quels seront vos besoins en matière d'experts conseils, par exemple? Je n'aimerais pas arriver à l'élaboration du budget de 2021 et savoir tout d'un coup que vous avez besoin d'emplois à temps plein. Alors, le conseil fixe le budget et vous fixez les priorités. En 2019, nous vous avons présenté donc les projets qui étaient en cours en 2019. Alors, on devait vous faire un rapport semblable en 2020, mais toutes les réunions des comités ont été finalement annulées à cause du début de la pandémie. Mais on va vous présenter ce rapport l'année prochaine et on va vous donner la possibilité de nous faire part de vos priorités. On va essayer de résumer vos priorités selon notre compréhension, mais si vous voulez les modifier, vous allez nous dire à ce moment-là. Ça serait très, très utile. Merci beaucoup, Steve. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci d'avoir soulevé cette question-là. Tout projet a une incidence sur les autres projets qui sont en cours. Le conseiller Brockington, vous avez la parole. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour et à vous, à mes collègues. Je vais vous poser une question. Je ne sais pas à qui s'adresse ma question. Peut-être je devrais la poser même au comité de transport la semaine prochaine. Quand un bâtiment a besoin donc de services publics et on doit donc creuser pour construire le gazoduc, par exemple. C'est alors disons que le travail n'est pas bien fait et ensuite la chaussée n'a pas été bien préparée. Donc, on voit toute une création finalement avec les intempéries de toute une série de nids de poules parce que le travail n'a pas été bien fait. Quelle est la capacité de la municipalité à nous attaquer à cela? Est-ce qu'il y a une date d'échéance à partir de laquelle l'entrepreneur n'est plus responsable? Comme vous savez, peut-être l'année dernière, nous avons mis à jour notre règlement sur les chaussées. Alors, par le biais de ce processus, on demande aux inspecteurs finalement d'inspecter ces travaux. Il me fait plaisir de pouvoir vous dire que maintenant, on offre des services d'inspection 1 an après l'achèvement des travaux et ensuite 3 ans après l'achèvement des travaux. Et on fait cela de concert avec le département des voies. Alors, il y a un système robuste qui a été mis en place. On va vous faire une présentation au mois d'avril et on va vous présenter les normes. Et d'ici là, on va consulter les conseillers. Quelle est la durée finalement de ces garanties? Alors, la garantie est de 3 ans. D'accord. Très bien, merci beaucoup. Monsieur Willis, la ville analyse-t-elle l'incidence sur les mises en chantier? Le Premier ministre dit que si on réduisait le coût de construction, qu'il y aurait plus de mises en chantier de par l'Ontario. Quel est le genre d'analyse qu'on effectue ici à Ottawa? On ne fait pas une analyse formelle. C'est plutôt une analyse informelle. On continue à entreprendre un dialogue avec l'industrie. Alors, l'industrie va vous dire que les coûts de planification, la durée des analyses, ils vont vous parler des frais, des redevances également. On sait que c'est un facteur, certes, mais j'aimerais vous rappeler que les redevances d'Ottawa sont en fait parmi les moins chères de toutes les villes de la province et ces redevances nous permettent de payer les services essentiels dont ont besoin ces communautés. On utilise donc les fonds pour payer les mises à jour aux installations de traitement des eaux usées, transport en commun, etc. Nous agissons toujours avec prudence, mais nous devons prélever les redevances pour payer les services essentiels. On sait que la croissance, finalement, ne défraie pas toutes les dépenses ou les coûts que nous encourons. Moi, j'aimerais bien qu'on étudie finalement les redevances et les coûts de par la province. Le nombre de mises en chantier à Ottawa est très forte finalement. Ma deuxième question porte sur la capacité de la municipalité à effectuer des inspections. Vous et moi, nous avons parlé à plusieurs reprises de cette question, n'est-ce pas? Alors, pourriez-vous peut-être nous parler des normes de service? Vous fournissez de l'information, vous donnez de l'information à ce comité de façon annuelle, n'est-ce pas, sur les normes. Vous donnez donc la ventilation de ce qui est fait, ce qui n'est pas fait. Euh, alors, Alors, on parle d'un budget ici, on parle d'allouer des ressources, des fonds. Que peut faire le comité pour vous aider? Alors, premièrement, le département effectue plusieurs types d'inspections. Des inspections du bâtiment en vertu finalement du code du bâtiment. Nous inspectons les projets des projets d'immobilisation. Nous inspectons également les changements d'infrastructures effectués par les promoteurs privés. Alors, nous avons eu beaucoup de discussions avec les conseils. Nous avons identifié le problème dont vous parlez comme étant finalement très problématique. Il y a beaucoup de priorités à l'heure actuelle. On, on sait qu'on a des ressources qui sont limitées. Nous avons apporté des améliorations dans plusieurs domaines. On n'a pas besoin finalement de plus de personnel. Je ne veux pas vous demander plus de ressources quand, avec tout le respect que je vous demande, le défi auquel on fait face, c'est combler les postes. Ça, c'est prioritaire et c'est difficile. Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'apprécie les réponses à ma question. Le conseiller Fleury, vous avez une question? Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai toute une série de questions que j'aimerais vous poser, certaines questions structurelles, mais j'aimerais commencer avec une question structurelle. À la page 4, il y a deux postes budgétaires. Les frais pour les trottinettes électroniques, par exemple. Alors, j'aurais imaginé que ça relèverait du transport ou des services réglementaires. Pourrais-je comprendre pourquoi ça relève du comité d'urbanisme? Oui, c'est une bonne question. Alors, la gouvernance du programme des trottinettes électroniques relève du comité de transport. Madame Chi et moi avons comparu devant le comité au printemps. Alors, le budget de mon département relève du comité d'urbanisme. C'est parce qu'il y a plusieurs éléments. C'est un service fortement intégré et c'est pour cela que cela relève de votre comité, mais la politique de gouvernance est fixée par le comité de transport. Mais l'élément, donc, recette relève de nous, c'est ça? Oui, c'est ça. Je voulais tout simplement comprendre de quoi il s'agissait. À la page 5, les redevances sur les patios. Étant donné la pandémie, nous nous sommes fixés des objectifs pour relancer l'économie. Nous avons supprimé les frais. C'est une mesure fort importante pour appuyer les entreprises. Est-ce que ça veut dire qu'on va commencer en situation déficitaire en 2021? Je pense qu'on a un déficit de 270 000. C'est le manque à gagner. Comment est-ce que ça va fonctionner? Est-ce qu'on va tout simplement donc verser ce montant à la colonne déficit? Il y a un frais administratif de 60 dollars. Ça reste, c'est maintenu. On essaie d'assurer la relance économique, donc nous avons suspendu les frais pour l'été de 2021. 270 000 dollars, ça c'est le manque à gagner. Nous sommes allés chercher des économies ailleurs. En réponse à la question du conseiller Brockington, il y a des frais qui sont prélevés sur les promoteurs pour les services publics, 6 millions de dollars au total. On prévoit une augmentation de ces frais, enfin finalement des recettes à même ces frais l'année prochaine. Ça devrait combler l'écart. Maintenant, mes questions sur le logement. J'apprécie les interventions de Steve et de Shelley. Alors, Shelley, Donna ou Steve, nous avons donc un plan d'itinérance de 10 ans. Ça a été approuvé par le conseil municipal. On s'est fixé des cibles pour la construction de nouveaux logements dans cette période de 10 ans. Quel est le nombre de logements qui sont prévus pour 2021? On me parle de 250 unités, nouvelles unités, mais quel est le chiffre officiel? Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Dans le cadre du plan de 10 ans, nous sommes fixés des cibles sur 10 ans, donc entre 5 800 et 7 000 nouveaux logements. Alors, on sait comment finalement le développement fonctionne certaines années. Il va y avoir moins d'unités qui seront construites et on ne va pas atteindre notre objectif annuel et d'autres années, on va dépasser notre objectif annuel. C'est pour cela qu'on présente ces objectifs sur 10 ans. Vous voyez? Oui, d'accord, je comprends ce que vous dites, mais on prévoit la construction de à peu près 9 000 unités sur 10 ans, donc 750 000 dollars, enfin 750 nouvelles unités par an. Alors, si on peut confirmer la construction de 250, donc on aurait un manque à gagner de 500 unités pendant la première année. Alors, est-ce que vous pouvez éclairer ma lanterne? Il ne s'agit pas uniquement de nouvelles unités, ça inclut également les subventions au logement. C'est une combinaison des deux. Par exemple, cette année, 570 à 850 unités. Quelles sont les nouvelles subventions? Alors, à l'heure actuelle, on parle de 408 nouvelles subventions. Alors, ça, c'était à la fin octobre. Il va y en avoir d'autres d'ici la fin de l'année. Ensuite, il y a le nombre de nouvelles unités cette année. Alors, on avait moins d'achèvements. Cette année, 32 unités uniquement, mais l'année prochaine, on aura donc le même nombre de subventions au logement, mais on aura également plus d'unités achevées. Rochester, phase 1, le projet de Shepherds of Good Hope, Berger de l'Espoir, 42 unités, etc. Donc, vous voyez que ça fluctue d'une année à l'autre. Oui, tout à fait. Alors, pour nous, on a besoin finalement d'un financement solide au stable parce on parle de 24 à 36 mois pour achever un projet, n'est-ce pas? Il faut qu'on assure une stabilité. J'aimerais intervenir, Monsieur le Président. Le contexte j'aimerais vous faire une mise en contexte. Le plan financier à long terme assure cette stabilité. La première composante dans le cadre du plan sur 10 ans est d'identifier ou fixer les cibles, de cibler les populations prioritaires et ensuite d'effectuer le plan financier à long terme qui rattache les sources de financement à ces cibles. Autrefois, on faisait des investissements sur un an et pour ce budget-ci, on prévoit finalement une certaine prévisibilité financière. On peut donc financer plus de projets pour nous permettre d'atteindre nos objectifs. 15 millions de dollars l'année prochaine. Nous avons 1,9 million de dollars dans le fonds de logement rapide. Donc, entre 15 et 31 millions, ça va nous permettre finalement d'offrir beaucoup plus d'unités à la collectivité. Quand on aura terminé les plans à long terme, on va se pencher sur l'abordabilité, la capacité des secteurs et ensuite on va analyser les budgets pour chaque année. À ce moment-là, on va avoir un portrait beaucoup plus clair pour ce qui est du nombre d'unités qui seront finalement disponibles chaque année. Mais on ne va pas pouvoir faire cela avant le premier trimestre de 2021. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. C'est un contexte très, très important que vous nous donnez. Alors, le plan financier à long terme va être traité par le comité directement, c'est ça?
My understanding is that it was. Sorry,
D'après ma compréhension, ça sera étudié par FEDCO. D'accord. J'ai du mal à comprendre la gouvernance des comités. Merci d'éclairer ma lanterne. J'ai des questions sur les comptes précis, dont la page 56, budget des immobilisations, le compte 909915. Il y a un montant qui n'a pas été dépensé, 2,5 millions, et ça provient de 2019. J'aimerais savoir pourquoi ces fonds n'ont pas été dépensés. Ensuite, le poste suivant, investissement municipal dans le logement abordable pour 2020. C'est les 15 millions donc de l'année dernière. Ça a peut-être à voir avec le moment de l'impression du budget, mais moi, j'aurais imaginé qu'on avait dépensé ces fonds.
Shelley, you're on mute.
Shelley, vous êtes en mode sourdine. Merci, Monsieur le Président Gower. J'ai du mal ce matin, vous voyez. Alors, en engageant donc des fonds, on alloue le financement selon les jalons. Alors, c'est une question du temps finalement. Avez-vous d'autres questions? Non, j'ai plusieurs questions. Toutes les questions portent sur le logement. On va passer maintenant au conseiller Roublé. On va vous revenir dans quelques instants. Le conseiller Roublé, avez-vous des questions? Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur Willis, je dois vous dire que j'apprécie qu'il y ait des ressources au budget pour traiter de certaines questions dont on a parlé tous les deux, qui ont trait au processus actuel pour les aménagements intercalaires à l'extérieur de la ceinture de verdure, la façon d'aviser la communauté et en nous inspirant des aménagements intercalaires à l'intérieur de la ceinture de verdure, de sorte qu'en densifiant nos banlieues, nous éviterons certains des écueils rencontrés par le passé. Alors, j'apprécie cela et je voulais simplement dire que je suis très reconnaissant et impressionné par tout le travail que votre service a réussi à accomplir pendant la pandémie. C'est comme si on avait rencontré un petit obstacle et puis tout d'un coup, tout a repris son cours normal. Le travail du comité s'est poursuivi pendant la pandémie, en tout cas jusqu'à maintenant. Alors, je pense que c'est important de vous remercier bien publiquement et que vous transmettrez nos remerciements à votre personnel. Alors, merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. C'est tout pour mes commentaires. Bon, alors on revient au conseiller Fleury pour ces autres questions. Merci. Alors, pour rétablir le contexte, à la page 56, il y a deux comptes. Il y a de l'argent, 2,5 millions de dollars pour 2019 et 15 pour 2020. Et Shirley, vous m'avez dit que ce n'est pas vraiment de l'argent parce que c'est de l'argent qui devra être transféré au moment approprié. Pouvez-vous simplement confirmer que les 17,5 millions de dollars ont été déjà affectés à des projets? Sinon, pouvez-vous me dire combien d'argent il reste? Vous êtes en sourdine. Tout l'argent est affecté à des projets. Les 15 millions de l'année dernière, par exemple, 10 millions étaient pour le OCHC et pour la phase 2 d'un projet, 1,3,6 est allé à un autre projet et d'autres fonds étaient réservés à Habitat pour l'humanité. Alors, l'argent est déjà investi ou affecté à différents groupes. Et comme je l'ai dit, alors qu'ils procèdent avec leur aménagement, on paie à différentes étapes. Bon, j'étais curieux. Alors, vous me dites que les 17,5 sont affectés. Oui. Et puis, à la page 55, je recule, désolé, il y a un plan de dépenses de 4 ans. Et je me demandais si c'est une erreur. Vu la description de Donna un peu plus tôt au sujet du plan financier à long terme. La colonne ici, 91024 on a une cible année après année. Je suppose que les 6 millions ici deviennent la base. Et c'est ce que vous dites, mais on a l'impression erronée que c'est tellement un petit montant pour l'avenir. Pouvez-vous expliquer pourquoi? Bon, je vais commencer, puis je demanderai à Shelley de rajouter. Oui, au sujet du plan financier à long terme, la première chose qu'on a faite, c'est le transfert du volet municipal depuis le fonctionnement pour créer une base pour les immobilisations. Alors, c'est 60 millions sur 10 ans, comme l'a dit Shelley. Alors qu'on termine le plan financier à long terme, nous allons voir ce qu'a donné cet investissement dans le plan des immobilisations à l'avenir. Alors, je ne sais pas si Wendy veut rajouter quelque chose. Oui, ce que vous voyez pour l'avenir, là, c'est ce qu'on sait maintenant. Les engagements qu'on a pris au moment du budget, dans ce budget, c'est ce que vous voyez ici dans les prévisions sur 4 ans. Alors qu'on arrivera dans le plan financier à long terme, on fera des investissements additionnels et ce sera reflété également ici. Donc, pour 2022, 2023 et au-delà. Alors, ce n'est qu'un aperçu ici, un instantané. Et puis là encore, quand le plan financier à long terme viendra, ce chiffre changera. Merci. J'ai encore deux questions. Une à Monsieur Lois, quand vous avez fait la présentation, je ne sais pas si c'était les chiffres que vous aviez, mais vous avez dit 15 millions pour un certain nombre d'unités, mais tout de suite après, vous avez dit 10 millions de plus qui viendra des redevances d'aménagement et 10 millions de plus des terrains excédentaires. Est-ce que j'ai raison là, de dire cela? Est-ce que ce sont de nouvelles possibilités d'aménagement de logement et est-ce qu'on peut supposer que ces montants seront disponibles pour Shelley et son équipe en 2021? Je peux répondre à cela, Steve, si vous voulez. Dans nos prévisions, Monsieur le conseiller, et ceci est relié au plan financier à long terme qui viendra l'année prochaine. C'est une hypothèse de l'argent qui viendra suite à la vente de terrains et, les redevances d'aménagement. Alors, ce sont des revenus qui n'ont pas encore été obtenus, mais qui viendront dans les années à venir. Alors, ce qu'on voit et ce qu'on estime, c'est environ 2 millions par année, en plus de tout cela, que nous allons pouvoir investir dans le logement abordable. Et les 2 millions ont trait à une combinaison d'excédents et de redevances d'aménagement? Ben, c'est notre meilleure supposition. C'est évident que les montants pourraient changer. Et les 2 millions ne sont pas inclus dans les 6 millions? Ou ils le sont? Oui, non, c'était en plus. Bon, ma dernière question a trait à un graphique qu'on nous a montré au sujet de la dette. En fait, c'était un cercle qui dit dette de 13 ou 3,2 millions. Pouvez-vous me faire la ventilation? Quel est le pourcentage pour la partie dette? Ah, il faudrait que je vous revienne plus tard là-dessus, Monsieur le conseiller. Bon, alors, ma question a trait aux immobilisations pour le logement. Je sais que vous faites du travail là-dessus maintenant et on en verra le fruit à la réunion du Comité des finances et de l'expansion économique, mais je me disais, oh, tout le monde investit dans l'immobilier et à Ottawa, la valeur ne cesse d'augmenter. Alors, je trouve que c'est une bonne dette comparativement à s'endetter quand on construit des routes. Alors, je voulais comprendre pourquoi vous êtes arrivé à 15 millions. Moi, je me dis, bon, l'année dernière, on a dépensé 38 millions de dollars en hôtels et en refuges. On devrait trouver l'argent pour le mettre dans les immobilisations dans l'année qui vient et faire cela d'année en année. Alors, je verrai dans le plan financier si je retrouve la même mentalité. Mais je me demandais si d'où viennent ces 15 millions? De la réserve en logement et des recettes fiscales, mais pouvez-vous m'aider à comprendre pourquoi ne pas hypothéquer nos dettes pour les immobilisations en logement? Bon, quand on en viendra au plan financier à long terme dont on parlera à FEDCO dans le prochain trimestre, c'est à ce moment-là qu'on va vous présenter tous ces éléments sur la façon d'arriver à nos fins. Mais pour le moment, ce que vous avez sous les yeux aujourd'hui, c'est strictement ce que j'appelle un investissement d'encaisse. Alors, on ne tire pas parti de l'endettement, c'est de l'argent liquide. Ah bon, merci. Bon, je pense qu'on devrait s'endetter, nous, pour investir dans l'immobilier parce qu'on n'a pas assez d'argent du côté des opérations. Et bon, enfin, j'apprécie beaucoup ce qui nous est présenté. Je comprends qu'on aura un rapport plus long, plus complet, mais je peux vous dire que moi, je serais bien confortable avec l'idée de s'endetter pour investir. Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour m'avoir accordé plus que 5 minutes. D'excellentes questions, d'ailleurs. Merci. Merci au personnel de vos commentaires, de vos réponses. Ah, il n'y a pas d'autres questions pour les conseillers, ce qui veut dire qu'on peut passer à la motion de la feuille de route. Le conseiller Leeper a la motion et il faut procéder clause par clause, A, B, C, D, etc. Alors, conseiller Leeper, à
Sure.
vous de déposer la motion. Bon,
The planning committee
Le
recommend.
comité d'urbanisme recommande que le conseil, en comité plénier, approuve le budget d'immobilisation et de fonctionnement préliminaire de 2021 comme suit. D'abord, le budget de planification infrastructure économie pour les emprises, le patrimoine et le design urbain, les redevances d'utilisation, les ressources de fonctionnement, 2 services de planification, à l'exclusion des services du Code du bâtiment, redevance du... Ah, un instant. J'ai une question pour la coordonnatrice.
Do we need to carry A before we move on to B?
Doit-on approuver A avant de passer à B? Je pense que ce serait préférable, oui. Alors, pour la partie A, adoptée?
Carried.
Carried, thank you. Okay, Councilor
Bon,
Leeper.
merci, c'est adopté. Conseiller Leeper, B, service de planification à l'exception des services au Code du bâtiment, les redevances d'utilisation et les ressources de fonctionnement requises, page 11. Adopté. C, services au Code du bâtiment, le Code du bâtiment de l'Ontario, redevances d'utilisation, ressources de fonctionnement, page 21. Adopté. Planification à long terme, exigences en ressources de fonctionnement, redevances d'utilisation et ressources de fonctionnement requises, page 31.
Carried.
Thank you.
2, community and
Adopté.
social
2, services communautaires et sociaux, ressources requises pour le logement abordable, révisé page 34, et le budget d'immobilisation du comité d'urbanisme, page 35, projet individuel énuméré à la page 50, à la page 52 et 54, révisé. Adopté.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Eh bien, merci à tous.
That concludes the budget item in our
Voilà qui conclut
agenda today.
l'article sur le budget de notre ordre du jour aujourd'hui. Alors, on change de vitesse et on passe à l'article 2.
We have a presentation first, and then we're going to move to our delegations, and then we'll have questions for staff at the end of that. So Laura McCrate has a presentation to start us off. Welcome, Laurel. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good morning, Acting Chair Gower and members of committee. My name is Laurel McCrate, and I'm a development review planner in the West Group. I'm the file lead for the applications before you at 7000 Compo Drive for the plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment. As the report stipulates, Planning Services is recommending Council endorse the position to the local planning appeal tribunal that the draft plan of subdivision not be approved, and subsequently that the zoning bylaw amendment be refused. Next slide, please. To give you a little bit of context of where we are in Canada North, the lands outlined in red are currently the Canada Golf Course and Country Club. It is approximately 70 hectares in size and is made up of 4 irregularly shaped parcels separated by the local road network. There's frontage on several streets, including Knutson Drive, Beaverbrook Road, and Westlock Way, and Campo Drive. It's located within the neighborhood of Canada Lakes, north of Highway 417, west of Beaverbrook Road, and east of Terry Fox Drive. To give you an idea of the surrounding communities, right there in the center is the Canada Golf and Country Club. Directly to the west is the Canada Lakes Marchwood Lakeside community. To the east is Beaverbrook, and just directly south there of Campo Drive is the Canada Town Center. Before you on the screens right now, on the left-hand side is the official plan designations. Outlined in yellow is general urban area, which the subject site falls into. The pink or fuchsia is mixed use and town center. The dark green is major open space, and the light green is urban natural features. On the right side is currently the zoning of the subject property, which is open space subzone A, which currently permits the golf course. The applicant has proposed to rezone the lands to a mix of various residential uses, as well as parks and open space zone to permit the proposed uses. This is the concept plan that has been submitted by the applicant. We have gone through 2 rounds of submissions, and as the plan currently stands, they're proposing a total of 1,544 residential units. That includes a mix of detached dwellings, townhouse dwellings, back-to-back townhouses, stacked townhouses, and several medium density apartment blocks, and those are directly abutting Compo Drive. The plan also proposes 4 new parks, 4 stormwater management ponds, and a series of new internal streets, as well as other open space blocks and landscape buffers throughout the property. As it is proposed, all existing abutting residential properties are proposed to be separated from the proposed development blocks by either a park, a storm pond, open space, or landscape buffers. Several new road connections are proposed to Beaverbrook Road, Compo Drive, Newton Drive, and West Lockway. The next few slides will illustrate why the department has come forward with the refusal and subsequently premature on the draft plan of subdivision. The applicant has filed an appeal to the local planning appeal tribunals for the city's lack of decision within the prescribed timelines under the Ontario Planning Act. So the next few slides, I'll just take you through a few of our reasons. It's more detailed in our report, but I'll just give a brief overview to start. On the left-hand side there, it shows the different types of housing typologies that are proposed. Planning Services believes that the lot pattern and scale is not in character with the surrounding community of Canada Lakes and Beaverbrook. The proposed setbacks are not adequate. Open space and mid-block connections as proposed are not appropriate. Tree protection measures are not consistent with the proposed infrastructure, such as grading and drainage, and the grading plans are not consistent with the lot patterns as proposed. Next slide, please. On the bottom of the screen, it is illustrated as a 16.5 meter right-of-way. There are several right-of-way widths proposed throughout the development. Right now, the Planning Services has issues with the proposed right-of-way of 16.5 meters. The cross-section below you does not accurately illustrate a true 16.5 meter right-of-way, as the cross-section right now shows trees and sidewalks fitting on the same side, which is not typical for a 16.5 meter right-of-way, as it is difficult to fit a sidewalk, trees in the right-of-way, and the joint utility trench underneath the grassed area. The images above on the left-hand side is an example of an existing Minto community with a 16.5 meter. And then on the right side is a image from Canada Lakes, which kind of gives you an idea of what the streetscape is currently like. As previously mentioned, there are several 3-meter landscape buffers proposed throughout the development. Planning Services has several questions regarding the longevity of the buffers, who will maintain them, how will they be maintained over the course of the lifespan of the development. And we've asked for additional analysis with relation to the buffer proposed around the perimeter of the site. This slide illustrates our issues with engineering. Currently, as it stands, they have proposed 4 ponds. Those are circled in red, so they're located throughout the development from the north to the south. And as it stands right now, the applicant and the city do not have an agreement as to the future status of the site's legal stormwater outlet. There's also questions surrounding the major overland flow from the subject development and connecting existing residential lands into the beaver pond that have not been accounted for. Also, the number, location, and function of stormwater ponds has not been determined, whether or not 4 or more than 4 or less than 4 are appropriate. And we'd be happy to take any questions after the public delegations.
Thank you very much, Laurel, for the presentation. So we do have a number of delegations, and as we did with the first item, we'll be allowing 5 minutes each to the delegations. The first presenter is Des Adam. Des, are you with us?
Yes.
Hi, welcome. How are you?
Thank you. I'm well, thank you. Well, good morning. My name is Des Adam. I've been involved in the planning of Canada Lakes for approximately 40 years. first as alderman, then as mayor, as a lawyer, and now as just an interested resident. But what I wanted to say is that the city of Canada has always taken pride in its long-term planning. And in the early 1980s, when Marchwood Lakeside, as it was then known, was being planned, green space was very important, because Canada wanted to plan a community where people could live and work and play. And Canada also wanted to develop a high-tech community that complemented its residential community. And the very people who were building the high-tech community, Terry Matthews, Michael Copeland, Denzel Doyle, advised us that if we wanted to attract people who worked in high technology, that we should build a residential community with as much green space as possible. Compo Corporation, who owned the land that comprised Marchwood Lakeside, offered to the City of Canada that 40% of their lands would remain green. This condition was not imposed on Compo, it was offered by Compo to the city. And Andy Hayden, head of regional government at the time, asked that the 40% agreement be registered on the title to these lands. And it was registered. And Compo lived up to the agreement. And when Compo sold these lands, Genstar acknowledged the 40% agreement in their agreement of purchase and sale. And Genstar lived up to the 40% agreement. And when Genstar sold it to ClubLink also acknowledged the 40% agreement, and they too lived up to the agreement. But as we know, recently, ClubLink has requested permission to develop the lands in Canada Lakes that comprise the Canada Golf Club, because they can make more money if the lands were developed into residential housing. And I am sure that they can make more money, but it will rip the very heart out of this community. And it will make a mockery out of any future long-term municipal planning. And it will render useless all of the years and the countless hours of good municipal planning that went into the building of this community. And it will make residents cynical that any future planning efforts would or could be enforced. Richcraft, who is partnering with ClubLink in this endeavor, is still developing lands in Canada Lakes north of the Beaver Pond, pursuant to the 40% agreement. And apparently in their minds, the 40% agreement applies north of the Beaver Pond, but not on the south side of the Beaver Pond where the golf course is located. The same Richcraft who charge purchasers of their homes backing onto the golf course a premium now want to develop these lands and make more money. Well, that may be good for the balance sheet of ClubLink and the developers, but it will have a devastating effect on our community. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Des. We have a question from Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. Des, I'm just wondering, you're talking a lot about the long-term planning here. The City of Ottawa clearly needs to become much more intensified if we're going to be sustainable. And we have to look at that on a City of Ottawa-wide basis. The proposal by Richcraft is an opportunity to start to build in greater density within our existing urban boundary. If that is rejected in order to protect the green space that is there, how do you see Ottawa meeting its intensification goals through more intensification of what is currently low density urban sprawl that is likely not sustainable in the long term?
Well, I would hope if the city was going to intensify, and I have no trouble with that they wouldn't wreck the very communities that are already in existence. This, I can't even explain the number of hours that went into this. It went on for years and years and years, the planning of this. And it wasn't something that the city of Canada imposed. It was an offer by the owner at the time. And it was offered because he wanted to develop the lands and he wanted to get 6,800 units on that property. And people bought that property, properties in there. They've been living there for years. The whole community, not the people backing onto it, but the people in that community use that land, particularly in the wintertime. Well, you will ruin the community. That's what'll happen. If that happens, then you have ruined one of, I think, the most outstanding communities around.
What do you mean by ruined? Is it the loss of green space? Is it an evolution from a neighborhood that is predominantly single family homes? What, can you just unpack that for me a bit?
Well, there are a lot of single family homes. I live on the golf course and I live in a townhome and I've been here for 30 years. And it's a wonderful place to live in that there is green space around. And when we talk to Terry Matthews and Michael Copeland and Denzel Doyle back in the 80s, when we were trying to find out how could we build a community that we could attract high technology people to. And their answer was very simple to us. You build us a good residential community and people will come to it. And if you don't, they won't. And it sounded so simple at the time, and it wasn't something that you could do the next day, but we kept working at it and planning at it. And, you know, for any number of reasons, I think Canada has been very successful in attracting high technology out there, and it has helped our community. But one of the reasons for it is the green space. And if you take that away from it, it's not going to be the same. And I'm not saying maybe this could never happen again. But if you had seen this property, Canada Lakes, before it was developed, it was one of the most difficult pieces of property that I have ever seen. It was old farmland that you couldn't farm on. The rock is the hardest rock outside of Sudbury, and it took enormous amount of resources and extra money to build this, and it still does. That is one of the reasons why the housing in Canada Lakes is more expensive. It's the rock. It's terrible rock to deal with, and they're still dealing with it. But what really offends me is the fact that Richcraft is still building in Canada Lakes pursuant to the very agreement they're now before you saying doesn't apply. And if it can apply in the north end, why on earth it wouldn't apply in where the golf course is beyond me. It's like they're talking out of both sides of their mouth at once. And I'll take my hat off to the planning department and the planning committee. I think you've done a marvelous job of standing up to this development, and I want to publicly comment Jenna because she's done a marvelous job with this. But you can't underestimate the destruction that this is going to cause if it goes through.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hubley.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Gower, and great to see you, Mr. Adams. I remember your term as mayor very well, and appreciate your service to building Canada in those days. A point you just raised that I haven't heard in the recent discussions, but I do recall this fact, was because I used to be on the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Canada after you had left. The premium that people paid to back onto this green space was not insignificant. Like in the early days, I believe it was in the range of 25 to 30,000. Is that correct?
I don't have the figures at my fingertips. It depended on, I think, the size of the lot. For instance, I'm going from memory because it's 30 years ago, but I think we paid 18,000 is my recollection. And then single families likely would have paid in the neighborhood of 30, but I'm guessing.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I think worth noting, Councillor Leeper touched on the need to intensify communities. Canada was years under your stewardship and afterwards was designed as to what we are now trying to get communities to build to, which is a 15-minute neighborhood with all kinds of pathways that allowed you to get through any of the communities in Canada, in some cases faster than you could by getting in your car. You could actually walk or cycle somewhere quicker. And it's a neat feature, and we're now trying to build that into new communities. So I don't think that should be lost here, that there is a lot of good community design that took place here that still applies today. With respect to intensification, we have pockets, as you mentioned, where there's building going on now. The former councillor had agreed to the Terry Fox Road. For anybody looking at a map, you'll see where Terry Fox now goes from the highway all the way down to March Road. Well, by her doing that, that brought all that land along Terry Fox into the urban development area. And so there's a lot of houses being built there, Richardson Side Road, all along there. And it's very intense development. We have that elsewhere in Canada as well. So it's not like Canada it doesn't understand the need to intensify. It's just we want to do it under the principles that our community forefathers, such as yourself, wanted it done as. So I'm going to echo your appreciation for the leadership Councillor Suds has done on this file. And I've always supported her, and I will continue to do so. So thank you for coming out today.
Thank you.
Councillor Suds.
Thank you. And thank you, Des. Nice to see you today. And I appreciate your comments this morning. I think it's still the morning. I wanted to ask, so you've made some astute remarks around kind of making a mockery of the planning efforts that went into this community. And then there was also some questions around intensification. And I'm wondering if you can share, you know, as Councillor Hubley also just said, there are neighborhoods and areas in Canada that have intensified. Can you comment on that, Des? You live in the midst of this community. What are your thoughts, or where are we seeing that intensification, and what impact is it having?
Well, I think the intensification is a good thing, and we'll see that over off Terry Fox by the Carp River, where Minto's developing. You mentioned Richardson Ridge. There's development going to happen out on March Road that is going to be much more intense than Canada Lakes or Beaverbrook was. And that's a good thing, and that's something that has evolved over the years. And I don't think people are fighting that. I think people recognize it for an evolution that's going on in planning, and it's completely compatible with what already exists in Canada. You know, when Bill Terron started building in the early 60s in Beaverbrook, and he did a marvelous job of designing Beaverbrook. And I can remember when we started in Kanata Lakes, there was a lot of people in Beaverbrook said, oh, you know, you're going to ruin the community. But look at it. It's Kanata Lakes is compatible, very compatible with Beaverbrook, and it works. Somebody mentioned about the pathways, Hubley did. My wife and I walk every morning for over an hour, and we walk on pathways. And we can get from our house all the way to the beaver pond and back on pathways. And it is a marvelous feature, and that was something started in Beaverbrook. It's a marvelous feature, and it's something that people enjoy, and it's good. But the intensification in Canada, there's absolutely nothing wrong with what's happening there now. But surely to goodness, as I say, we can intensify without going back and ruining something that was in the planning for, well, as I say, I go back 40 years on it. And I applaud the people that were there, people that were there before me. Marianne Wilkinson was there, and Andy Hayden, and all of those people that worked on this. It's a good concept, and it's still a good concept.
Agreed. Thank you, Des. And I think just one last comment. You know, as you pointed out, Des, the intensification that's happened has been fairly well done. But one area that in Kanata North, anyways, that has seen a lot of intensification that hasn't been mentioned is just on the south side of Campo along the highway, where we've seen a number of high-rise apartments go in.
Yes. Yes.
And another one under construction right now.
Yes.
Which is in proximity to transit. So it makes a lot of sense to be doing that and to be able to be providing that diversity of homes in our community, which is really important. So I think it's in the right place and will add to our community. With that, I thank you, Des. I know you were very involved at the outset and in the early days in planning this community. And the 40% agreement as it came up, and appreciate all your contributions. Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Adam. Our next speaker today is Chris Tarrant.
Thank you to Vice Chair and the members of the committee for the opportunity to comment on the redevelopment of the golf course. As most of you will know and has been mentioned, the part of Canada that we're talking about here includes the golf course, was first planned and built by Bill Terron, who was my father. I've worked with him in the family business all my life, so I have extensive knowledge of the planning principles he applied in Canada. He wrote many documents about the planning, and I've reviewed them again while preparing these remarks to you. Prior to starting Canada, he built many residential subdivisions in Ottawa, where he was always frustrated that he could only build collections of houses in areas where the master planning had already been done by others. And there was no opportunity to plan an entire town with all of its amenities. He was very inspired by the urban master planning of Ottawa by Jacques Grébert, with all of its green spaces within the city, the surrounding green belt, and then what Grébert called well-defined, self-contained satellite communities outside the green belt, where people could live where they work. He researched satellite cities around the world, consulted with many other great planners, and then set out to plan Canada as a garden city, complete with employment centers, residential neighborhoods, shopping regions, schools, cultural, recreational facilities, and open space. And he called it a city in the country for people wishing to live closer to nature. Within the residential areas and all his planning, he made sure there was a wide variety of housing types right from the beginning, from townhouses, garden homes, semi-detached, co-op housing, apartments, as well as single-family homes. So while many people think of Canada as primarily low-density single-family homes on large lots, this is not accurate at all and only describes one small part of it. So he did plan for the quiet, family-oriented neighborhoods, but he also planned for the vibrant, high-density, high-rise communities. Most of these housing types were built by him in the very first community of Beaverbrook, and he would have continued that way through other parts of Canada Lakes in the town center had he continued to build in Canada. This mix of housing types and its increased densities within many of the residential zones was counterbalanced by having parks and open spaces between each cluster of housings. So this was the kind of master planning he wanted to do that wasn't possible by typical builders in most of suburbia. So he was the person who planned the 40% open space, which other people after him documented in the famous 40% agreement that we all know today and value so clearly, so dearly. Some of the principles that were so important to him in the planning of Canada, just quoting from him, each neighborhood must have its own sense of arrival and belonging with distinctive and unifying building materials. The numerous small clusters of houses must be separated by parks and open green space. Nature must be the prime architecture and must be more predominant than the houses themselves. Nature provides the buffer between these uses. The human connections are very important. These parks and pathways provide the social connections between the clusters where people can walk and bike and play. These parks and walkways are interconnected so people can walk to school, shopping, libraries, recreational facilities, doctors' offices, as Des Adams just mentioned. The undeveloped land must be open to the public for access to nature. All of this planning was done for all of the obvious merits, but as others have already said, it was also done to attract and serve the plans that he had for Canada's high-tech sector and its knowledge-based community. So 50 years later, residents of Canada still maintain and cherish this Garden City environment. His writings about planning include many references to the recreational uses, including golf. He even built the first 9 holes of the current golf course we're talking about. But to him, the prime objective was the natural environment and the open space. He saw golf as simply one of many possible good uses for this open space. So there's no doubt in my mind he'd be horrified by the current proposal to fill in the open space with more housing. It defies all his good planning principles and the reason people choose to live there. So I wish to support and thank the staff for the recommendation to refuse the application. But I would go one step further. If the proponents were able and willing to revise their plan and fix the many technical issues identified by staff in the Canada Green Space Coalition, by fixing the grading, solving the storm water, improving the street layouts, it still wouldn't help. It would still violate all of the planning principles of Canada and destroy the essential features of the community that the residents cherish and rely on. So I urge you on Bill Tarrant's behalf to reject these applications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm seeing no questions. Oh, Councillor Suds does have a question. Councillor Suds, over to you.
Thank you. I actually just want to thank Chris for being with us today. I have so much respect for the work that your father did and yourself and their company in building our community. So I just wanted to thank you for sharing those remarks today with us.
Thanks so much for those kind words, and thank you for your support for protecting what he set out to do so well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tarrant. Our next speaker is James Brockbank.
I'm not seeing James at the moment.
Or Jim, perhaps. Jim Brockbank.
There he is, says Jim.
I'm here.
Hi, Jim. You can go.
There I am. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Planning Committee members, city staff, presenters, and guests. Let me begin by thanking Jenna, our Canada North Councillor, for the invitation and opportunity to present to you today, and her tireless support for our Canada Lakes green space. Now, I'm here today to offer a resident's perspective on the impact of the proposed Club Link development. And I think you'll find through the next few minutes, I dovetail very nicely with my comments to those you've heard from Des and Chris just in the past few minutes. Now, city staff and others have provided or will provide you with your detailed review and recommendation of the proposal. So my remarks, brief as they are, were really just as a resident's view on how this development would impact the community. And again, the background that has just been provided, particularly by Chris Tarrant, I think really will facilitate my comments. So I'll offer 2 perspectives. One, as a resident in the community, a longtime resident. And second, the significance of this green space to the future economic and social well-being of Canada, the City of Ottawa, the province of Ontario, and dare I say, the country of Canada. So first, let me just briefly introduce myself. I'm Ottawa born and bred. I've lived in Canada since 1980, the last 26 years in Canada Lakes. I retired as an executive from Export Development Canada, EDC, in 2011, after a 30-year career supporting Canadian exporters and investors in their international endeavors. I've been busy as a volunteer in the last decade. I served on the steering committee to establish the Canada North BIA. I just completed 6 years on the Board of Governors of Algonquin College, the last year as a chair of the board, and I'm in my final year as a director at Queensway Carleton Hospital. I'm an avid year-round user of the green space here in Canada. In the summer, I am a member of the golf course, and in the winter, I'm a daily user. I walk my dog, I snowshoe, I ski, as do many residents. I can tell you that the residents here make extensive use of the green space every day throughout the winter months. And I'll say even during the summertime, even though it's golf season, early morning and late evenings, you'll routinely see people walking on the golf course. And I think that's terrific. So I venture to say too, and I don't think this will come as a surprise, that the green space will be even more appreciated this winter given the COVID-19 restrictions we're all living with. Now, as I see it, the Canada Green Space, and I think this has been referenced already, is the heart of our community, just as the original 9-hole golf course that Chris referred to, which was a precursor to today's 18-hole course, was the heart of the Beaverbrook community developed by Bill Tarrant. Now, concerns by residents about this proposed build of some 1,500 new properties I don't think are surprising. Concern around compatibility with the existing neighborhood, which you've heard about, impact on property values, traffic congestion, demand on local schools and other infrastructure, noise, drainage and stormwater management, terracing and landscaping. A big one is around risk to existing homes and the foundations due to the extensive blasting. And Des referred to the rock, and I can attest to that. And anyone who's looked at the building that went on Richardson Ridge over here, it's just solid bedrock. And then most importantly, the loss of the essential green space, which really is the heart of our community. For decades, myself and other property owners have relied on the validity and perpetual viability of the 40% agreement. That ClubLink is now attempting to unilaterally terminate the 40% agreement is, in my view, an outright repudiation of their commitment to the Canada Lakes community. So my second perspective, Canada's future prosperity, wealth, and well-being will be driven by, among others, our global competitiveness and our success in growing the economy. As noted in a recent Deloitte Canada publication entitled Catalyst Canada 2030, a key driver of competitiveness will be our ability to innovate in the digital space, create new intellectual property, and support creation of new global champions. Now, as we all know, Canada is home to the Canada Technology Park. And this has indeed, as Des referred, goes back many years, for some 40 plus years. And it's been a driving force in the economic and social development of our community. This sector has relied on attracting talent from all over Canada and the world who come here to work and live, enjoying life in Canada and specifically the lifestyle we offer. And it was interesting to hear that reference as well by Des, going back to early days. Now, competition for talent is fierce, and many in the industry will tell you that talent is the most coveted element in this.
Can you wrap up, please, Mr. Brockbank?
Sorry, I don't know what happened there. Competition for talent is fierce, and I think many in the industry will tell you that talent is the most coveted element in this highly competitive and critical industry. And I think Jenna can readily attest to this, given her past role as executive director of the Canada North BIA. So lifestyle, including quality of healthcare, post-secondary education, and yes, green space, are key elements in attraction and retention of talent.
Melody, can you mute on this one? I'll let Councillor Suds ask a question, but we do need to keep moving on our speakers. Councillor Suds?
Yes, I think actually, Councillor Gower, you were muted, so we weren't hearing you. And I think Jim missed his cue that his time was up. So apologies, Jim, we've exceeded your 5 minutes, but I did want to ask, you made reference to the community making use of the golf course, the green space, particularly in the winter. And for the benefits of my colleagues, can you expand on that and why that is happening as per the 40% agreement?
Surely, Jenna. I think, again, it comes back to this notion that this really is the heart of this community. The green space, as I said, I'm out there every day using it, particularly during the wintertime. The last day and the golf course was open was November 11th. I've been out there every day since November 12th. I don't think I have been out a day yet when I haven't stopped and chatted with 3 or 4 different people at least. As soon as we had snow, there were ski tracks. I met people on snowshoes, lots of dogs. So it really is part of the fabric of this community. And as you know, there's an extensive presence here of immigrants who come here, particularly from the Chinese community, to work in the high-tech sector. And we see not only on the golf course, but the pathways, extensive use throughout the entire property. So it really is, I think, a very valued element or aspect of life here in Canada.
Terrific. Thank you, Jim. And for everyone's benefit, the 40% agreement that's being referred to explicitly lists that the golf course can be used by the community in the winter and specifies things like have been mentioned, snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, etc. So thank you very much, Jim. I really appreciate you joining us today and sharing those perspectives with us.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna.
Thank you, Councillor Sudds, and thank you, Mr. Brockbank. Our next speaker is Cyril Leader. Cyril, welcome.
Cyril, you're on mute.
Thank you and good morning, Vice Chair and members of Planning Committee. I'm speaking to you today as a resident of Canada Lakes, and I support the staff report and vehemently oppose the application that's been put forward by Club Link. My family at the time, my wife and 3 children were age 1, 3, and 5, first moved to Canada Lakes in 1992. We raised our family there. We lived in that house for 18 years. Eventually built our own home in rural Stittsville in 2010 and moved. But we loved the home in Stittsville, but we missed Canada Lakes and purchased our second home in Canada Lakes in 2018. And it's the paths, the open spaces, the golf course are all integral parts of this community. And I don't think it's a stretch to say that they actually make the community. They're certainly what attracted us there in the first place and brought us back for a second time, and why we want to make Canada Lakes our home for the rest of our lives. And what Club Link and Minto and Richcraft are trying to do is just wrong. It's wrong on many levels, and there are, of course, valid legal and planning arguments why this is wrong. But what I and my wife and the other residents find most offensive is just morally wrong. And make no mistake, I'm not before you today as a case of NIMBY. What's happened here is Club Link purchased the Canada Lakes Golf Course, knowing that a golf course was required to be in place and it was a required component of the community. As Councillor Sudds just mentioned, the agreement specifies residents can use that space really as a park in the wintertime. There was a commitment and they accepted it to maintain the golf course as green space in perpetuity. To me, perpetuity means a long time, a lot more than 20 years. People make important life decisions and major investments based on that fact. And we count on the golf course being there in perpetuity when we made our decisions. Our family made 2 such decisions. First, to raise our family there, and second, for my wife and I to come back and live out our retirement years there. And I can tell you we're not alone. There's thousands of residents in Canada Lakes and in Beaverbrook in exactly the same position. And there's no legal, there's no planning or moral basis to renege on that original 40% agreement. The only reason we're here today talking about it is because of greed. You know it, I know it, staff knows it, and the applicants know it. And it's the greed of Club Link and owner Ray Sahi, Minto, and Richcraft. Those are the people that have brought this forward. And I can tell you Club Link's doing this all over the country. So Mr. Saw, he bought this Club Link to develop houses, not to run golf courses. And he started similar planning, zoning, and legal battles all over the country. And we need to say no to them. Someone needs to stand up to say no to them. And as councillors, you have a number of important responsibilities. And I would suggest to you, though, that no role or responsibility is more important than protecting the rights of the people that you serve and represent. And whether it's protecting us through proper policing or through safe and proper transportation planning or planning matters like this, we count on you as citizens, our elected officials and our councillors to stand up for us when there's something is wrong. And what Club Link, Minto, and Richcraft are trying to do here is just wrong. It's greed in its purest form without any regard to community consequence. And I would implore Planning Committee and Council to say no to greed and to protect the rights of us as citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cyril. Councillor Sudds.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gower. I, again, just want to express my thanks. I don't have a question on this delegation, but I really appreciate your time today, Cyril, and the remarks that you've shared with us here. It's great perspective.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Cyril. It's good to see you again. Our next speaker is Terry Matthews.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this subject. I'm bothered by it, aggravated by it, annoyed with the obvious lack of integrity by the parties involved. I've known Minto and Richcraft for a long time. It bothers me with this lack of integrity when Canada in general and Ottawa is held up as having high standards. Really bothers me. But I am an industrialist, so today I'll talk about a subject that maybe most people on the committee are not knowledgeable about. You will have read, I'm sure, and everybody has a mobile phone and so on. There's a thing which is global, and it's called 5G. Now, why is this next thing on technology part and parcel of something that I should table here? We are very lucky in Ottawa that we attracted to the city and the Canada area. We attracted Ericsson, Nokia, what used to be Newbridge, a company I started up, Sienna, the technology came from a company I started up called Cambrian. So when I go down the track, QNX, Syntronic, Ericsson, Huawei, Nokia, Sienna, Candy. I mean, you look at these companies in the Canada area, it's unique. There's nowhere else when Nokia and Ericsson and Huawei are in the same community area. If you bother to look up Ericsson or Huawei or Nokia, they have a global mandate to protect green space. That's important to them. If in Canada North here, where I own property, if I want to put a car park for Ericsson's growth, they say, no, you can't take green space. I have to put a structured car park in place. So what we do with the city and with this Canada Green Space 40% agreement, we better be very careful because we could screw up the future of tech. You might say, well, why has tech got something to do with it? 5G for the next 10 to 15 years is the single investment ever made, the biggest investment ever made on the globe in communications. And we have global leaders here. You might say, well, QNX, are they into it? They have 85% of all vehicles on the road. 85, they are the elephant in the room. Ericsson, growing in the 5G environment everywhere. Don't screw it up. They have a global green space mandate. So I speak with some authority here because every day I'm into tech. In my career, I've built from scratch over 150 tech companies around the world. Roughly half of those are Canadian. No bankruptcies. That gives me some ability to speak to you about tech. It gives me a position to speak to you about the growth of our city and how important it is that we are seen to have integrity and green space, whether it's the green belt or whether it's Canada. I've lived in this area of Ottawa, and in particular in Canada, for over 50 years now, continuing to be an industrialist. Please don't screw it up. We have the potential of being the leader in this 5G global area of new technology wide. I just want you to know how important it is to the economic upside of the city. Already, Ottawa's #2 Canada-wide in tech after Toronto. But in 5G, which is one of the biggest growth areas on the planet globally, I said people know it, the export people know it, EDC people know it, and this tech sector every day. And if you think I'm going to take an area like the 2 golf courses I own in Canada North and have them changed to make them into some kind of buildings, wherever, forget it. You have to hold the green space. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. We do have a question for you from Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gower, and welcome, Sir Terry. It's I always consider it a privilege to hear your thoughts on how our economy is, where our economy is going, but also lessons in how you were instrumental in building it. One thing you didn't mention there, but I think I want to ask you about to see if you want to expand on is, as you said, you started over 150 companies. I think you're responsible for tens of thousands of jobs in Canada and Ottawa. Would you not say that this green space is one of the things that helps you attract from the worldwide pool of talent some of the best people in the industry to Canada, is because we have such a unique offering of park and recreational facilities?
Yeah, it's incredibly important. It's like a magnet. So, I mean, I notice, because I'm into this every day, whether it's a global guy like Ericsson or another global company that I started up called Solace. If I got into the technical terms, it would bore everybody, but it is the business I'm in and it is global. And the area of Ottawa with the green space on the belt, the green space in Canada. To tell you the truth, I mean, Alan, I could live anywhere. Why do I want to live here? Why shouldn't I go down south and lie out on a beach? That's not my thing. I'm an industrialist, and I'm pleased to tell you all of the elements required to make the tech industry in Ottawa grow, they are here. Please don't screw it up. I may end up taking a margarita down in Florida on the beach. Don't screw it up.
Thank you very much, Sir Terry, for your comments and coming out today. Very much appreciate it. That's all from me, Vice Chair.
Are there any other questions? I'm happy to answer it. In fact,
Councillor Suggs?
In fact, it
We'll
might
let
be
Councillor Suggs go ahead. She does have a question.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gower. I don't have a question. I just wanted to thank you, Terry, for joining us. Your passion and dedication to our high-tech sector is palpable, and we certainly appreciate all that you do. Thank you very much for joining us.
Actually, Jenna, I just want to say thank you for doing a hell of a job representing the area. It won't be new for me to say I really love this area. Why have I lived here for over 50 years? Why do I stay on the tech side? And it's very important in life to know that sometimes what appears to be a little thing can be very attractive. The green space here is very attractive. And it does act a little bit like a magnet to pull the right people in. So Alan spoke about the right things here. We do have to address transportation, because in the next 10 to 15 years, with luck, we'll stay on the right track. With luck, we'll see the economy in tech grow beyond belief in this city. And I'm all for that. So
Agreed.
we need to do the right thing. And at some point in time, maybe the committee would like me to speak a little bit more and a little bit longer on the depth and the deeper things on the tech sector that makes a difference to our city. So
Thank you, Terry. That's a kind offer, and perhaps suitable at FEDCO one of these days. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Suds, and thank you, Sir Terry, for presenting to us today. Our next speaker is Denis Bourque. Denis, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Vice Chair and councillors, for allowing me to address you. I want to speak to you today specifically about the failure of Club Link to deal with climate change, which is required in the provincial policy statement under the Planning Act. I'm a resident of Beaverbrook. I spent my entire career as a meteorologist with Environment Canada and worked in policy for many years. This included climate policy. I commend the city for its efforts on climate to date, so I know you are all aware of how important it is to address our changing climate now. Several areas of this spring's provincial policy statement mandated that decisions affecting planning must address our changing climate. In particular, the plans must reduce the risks to public health and safety and also ensure that infrastructure is viable over the long term. So what will be Ottawa's future climate? This past June, the city received the answer in a report commissioned by the city in partnership with the NCC. It was titled Climate Projections for the National Capital Region. I'll mention only 2 points. First, there'll be more heat waves, as the number of hot days could rise from 11 per summer to more than 70 by the 2080s. This means more heat emergencies, which are public health hazards. But you can mitigate the risk. Science has shown that urban green spaces reduce urban heat. This is known as the urban green space cooling effect, and the best results are provided by urban parks that are larger than 10 hectares. The golf course lands are 70 hectares. Paving the golf course will destroy this cooling effect forever. Second, the NCC Climate Projections Report points out that the 1 in 100 year daily precipitation amounts could nearly double by the 2080s. Our future climate will therefore include, and I quote, increased risks of flooding and sewer overflows and more flooding on streets everywhere, end of quote. This will happen in current built neighborhoods, including Canada Lakes and Beaverbrook. Club Link's development will overtax the existing infrastructure, making matters worse. The provincial policy statement demands that infrastructure be viable. Club Link has attempted to show that its plans adhere to the provincial policy statement. On the contrary, Club Link has deliberately ignored the climate change requirements of the PPS by undertaking a surgically selective interpretation of the PPS. Development of the golf course property will negatively affect both public health and infrastructure in our city. You have a mandate from the province under Section 3 of the Planning Act to, quote, prepare for the impacts of a changing climate, end quote. I urge you to consider Club Link's applications with the same commitment you showed for the future health and safety of Ottawa when the city declared the climate emergency, adopted its climate change master plan, and endorsed the energy evolution strategy. I urge you to support the city planner's recommendation. The future citizens of Ottawa will thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Denis. Merci beaucoup. We do have a comment or question from Councillor Suds.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gower. I do have a question. So, Denis, you referenced the city's energy evolution strategy and our commitment to the climate emergency. I'm wondering if you want to comment at all on the proposed redevelopment really being very car centric versus, having public transit accessible and close by.
Thank you, Jenna. I'm not that familiar with the traffic patterns that were being proposed in the new proposal, but I do know that in the proposal there is a reference to the fact that the 7,000 Campo site is within 0.9 kilometers of the Terry Fox station, which actually applies only to those people that would be residing where the clubhouse now is, which is on Campo, and only if they walk over the hill, which through a park path that is actually closed in the winter. The furthest distances, which are, if I recall, something like 3 kilometers from the Terry Fox station, suggests that this is not a friendly situation from the point of view of access to the public transit that's being planned.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Denny, and I appreciate you being here and all your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Denis. Our next speaker is Dr. Heather McNairn.
Hello, and thank you very much, Vice Chair Gower and members of the Planning Committee for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you. As I was introduced, my name is Heather McNairn, and while I am making this presentation on behalf of the Canada Green Space Protection Coalition, I have a very personal interest in this development application. For 11 years, my family and I have lived in a home that backs on the golf course, and we've enjoyed the benefits of what is really an urban green space gem. That said, my presentation is going to focus more on a scientific perspective. Let me begin by stating that I wholeheartedly support the staff recommendation to reject the Club Link application to develop the golf course, and I call on the Planning Committee to endorse that recommendation. A little bit of background on myself. I have a PhD and have been a research scientist for more than 25 years and have authored more than 120 peer-reviewed scientific articles, primarily in the field of land use and agriculture. In addition to that, I have extensive experience as a peer reviewer myself, and I've evaluated numerous scientific studies and reports for the purposes of assessing the integrity of the research design as well as the findings that fall from that. During my career, I've also designed and carried out many national as well as international field experiments. And a critical part of a design process is proper sampling, because that proper sampling ensures accurate completeness and integrity of the data that's collected. And without that integrity, the results that fall from those studies can be biased, misleading, incomplete, or simply wrong. And as such, reliance on flawed research leads to bad decisions. The staff report recommends rejection of the Club Link development application because it is not consistent with the 2020 provincial policy statement and numerous official plan policies. The staff report summarizes 18 outstanding deficiencies related to the Ottawa's official plan. I'm going to focus on one of those, specifically that there are inconsistencies and missing information in transportation, geotechnical, environmental, and servicing studies provided by Club Link. I'll focus on the studies which examine the presence of contaminants such as mercury on the golf course site. The Club Link studies conclude that mercury contamination is present in pockets on the golf course and is not an obstacle to development. This conclusion is flawed for numerous reasons and cannot be relied on for good decision making. And I have 5 specific points I would like to make. Point 1, the Club Link studies failed to carry out an adequate review of the historical use of the golf course site, and in particular, the historical use of pesticides. 2, the Club Link studies did not consider or apply readily discoverable and highly relevant scientific studies, some of which were conducted by Canadian scientists on Canadian golf courses. which found that the highest concentrations of mercury contamination on golf courses are found on the greens and tee-off points in the top few centimeters of the soil. In addition, these studies have proven that heavy metals such as mercury can migrate into ground and surface water if the soil is disturbed. The ClubLink studies were fatally flawed because the vast majority of greens and tees were not sampled for mercury or other heavy metal contamination. On the contrary, most samples were taken away from greens and tees at the direction of ClubLink. Furthermore, the depth at which the soil samples were taken tended to dilute the concentrations of heavy metal contamination assessed during lab analysis. Point 4, the ClubLink studies were also highly flawed because they failed to sample water bodies on and near the golf course sites. And we know from the scientific literature that that's where contaminants accumulate. And my last point 5, the ClubLink studies glossed over the high risk of contaminating the groundwater by disturbing mercury and other heavy metals present on the golf course, where the depth to groundwater is highly variable. And in some cases on the golf course lands, the sampling has found that groundwater is only a few centimeters from the surface of the soil. Mercury and heavy metal contamination is a risk to environmental and human health if it is disturbed. Given the presence of mercury, the safe and acceptable uses of the golf course lands are those that do not disturb the soil, and that would include in operating as a golf course or as open green space. Consequently, the golf course property is not suitable for residential development, in particular because the site is integrated into a fully developed community and act.
We'll have to stop you there. Thank you very much, Heather. We're at time. Looking for any questions or comments. Councillor Sudds.
Sorry, my turn to forget to unmute. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Gower, and thank you very much, Heather, for joining us. Appreciating, I think you spent most of your presentation on the mercury contamination, which is, I'm really glad you did, because it is an issue that I don't think we've been able to dive too deeply in as well. I believe there was a second point that you were planning to raise. Did you get to that, or did I miss it?
I'm not sure entirely what you were referring to, but
okay.
You know, I have with 5 minutes, we can only address so many things. You know, basically the bottom line here is that the sampling is wholly inadequate in the environmental assessments that were put forward. I focused on mercury for some obvious reasons, but there are other heavy metals like arsenic, cadmium, and other things of concern that were not properly sampled in the golf course. And again, I want to reiterate, the issue here is that the scientific literature is absolutely clear that once you disturb those lands, that those contaminants can migrate either into groundwater or into surface water. So that the message here is that we, you know, obviously we don't want that mobilization, and we want to keep the green space as is.
Agreed. Okay, excellent. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that you've poured a lot of your expertise in this in earlier submissions and in joining us today, and it certainly is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sudds, and thank you, Heather, for your presentation. Our next speaker is Dr. Meg Sears.
Hello. Thank you very much for having me today. And I'm very happy to follow directly next, because I'd like to talk about the same kind of thing. I have a lot of experience in environmental health, and I did a CIHR funded review of arsenic, mercury, cadmium, and lead in environments, and then how they get into people and the medical ends of that. So I've got some experience with this. It's absolutely true that mercury has been found there. Mercury has been found in significantly high levels. It should not be there naturally in this area. The mercury has been used as a fungicide, and golf course greens and tees have a very fragile kind of grass. And so golf courses use a lot of fungicides to stop the, particularly the greens, from going moldy and being destroyed. Historically, arsenic, mercury, cadmium, and lead were used in high quantities as fungicides on golf courses. So the fact that we found mercury there, and we found that it was higher closer to a green than further away, so there's a concentration gradient, means that there's mercury associated with the green there. If there's mercury, then there's arsenic, there's cadmium, and lead. And these are all very toxic. They're amongst the most toxic high volume chemicals on the planet. They're no longer used in fungicides, but they are elements. They don't degrade and go away or something unless they go downstream or are blown away on dust. So I sent a letter detailing this with references. It's not referenced in the staff report, but I would note that where they talk about environmental concerns, you certainly do have to add in the toxic concerns associated with the soil in the golf course. Arsenic, mercury, cadmium, and lead, as long as they're not sort of inundated with water all the time, they do tend to be somewhat stable. They're not stable. They're not particularly mobile. So I agree that it's true that we don't have to worry too much as long as we leave them underground and don't try to dig them up. In other areas of the city of Ottawa, there have been huge problems where there have been toxic sites that have been dug up for construction. And so I would add the concern about dust, because these metals can be blown around and contaminate the neighboring lands. So there's been problems along the Rideau River with developments there where there were contaminated industrial lands that ended up contaminating neighboring lands when there was dust blowing around during construction. I would finally just add as well, you were hearing about radon earlier. This area of Canada is well known for having idiosyncratic radon. So that means that one house may have high levels of radon, the next house may not. But since this comes from the bedrock and the bedrock will be disturbed with blasting, all of a sudden, if you start blasting the bedrock, then you may actually change where the radon is going. So homes that had previously been tested for radon and were fine may no longer be so. So if you have an area like that, then you do have to, is that the end or 1 minute? Okay, thanks. I just want to say that if you have a lot of blasting, you do have to consider the implications for radon coming into homes where it had previously been tested clean. So I hope that the staff will share with you my letter that was submitted back in October, and really encourage you to leave the golf course as is, because there are toxic metals there that are best left undisturbed.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just looking to our list. Councillor Suds.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Gower. And I just want to express my thanks. It's hard to argue with any of the arguments you've just made. Appreciate your expertise and joining us today.
Thank you very much. I should add that I chair a national group called Prevent Cancer Now, and we've just come out with a report about golf course pesticides. We did look at the current pesticide use in Canada, on the Canada golf course, and it was at the lower end of the ones that we'd screened. So the pesticide use today is, they're doing a fairly good job compared to other Ontario golf courses.
Thank you, Meg. Our next speaker today is Neil Thompson.
And Melody, if you could put up the presentation, please, and share your screen. One of the topics that came up, I'm Neil Thompson. I'm with the Canada Beaverbrook Community Association. I've lived in Beaverbrook since the early 90s, and I'm amused to find myself in a position where I am the person who gives the Heritage Walking Tour for Heritage Ottawa in Beaverbrook, which came about from working closely with many of our previous councillors, the Terran family and others, to understand where a lot of these concepts came from. I've also, next slide, please. So one of the key things that Laura McCrate and her team talked about is that infill must complement the existing community character. And there was 2 key points I'd like to do some illustration on in 5 minutes, which is that the lot pattern and scale is not character, and the proposed setbacks are inadequate. Next slide, please. So one of the first things is the claim by ClubLink that, in fact, the density of the existing community of Canada Lakes and Beaverbrook is comparable, so it should go ahead. However, the response back from staff was that the maximum density is required to be compatible with the community. And in fact, doing some fairly simple calculations, which you can see in the footnotes on this page, are that, in fact, the density of Canada Lakes and Beaverbrook are far less than what ClubLink claimed. They did some very opportunistic picking of how they did their math. The reality is that the application is 2.5 times the density of Beaverbrook. Next slide, please. The other thing is to look at, again, lot pattern scale. Let's look at the lot versus home size. And you're going to see on a following slide a comparison of the actual homes. But we said, okay, let's look at single detached homes in the proposal from ClubLink and Beaverbrook and Canada Lakes. Now, one of the statements that ClubLink made was that, you know, a single detached home is a single detached home. They're all the same. Well, there's certainly a large character difference here. Number one is that the lot area for the ClubLink proposal are 40% or less than those in Canada Lakes and Beaverbrook. Frontage is half. The green area and rear yard space for these homes is literally a quarter of what it is for Canada Lakes and Beaverbrook home. Next slide, please. Here you can see some scale drawings taken from various sources. The one from the 7,000 compo proposal came directly from their planning rationale. And it says, in fact, if you read the fine print in the bottom left-hand corner, that this is a typical unit. The houses we're talking about are in the 2,500 to 3,000, 4,300 square foot range. So they're comparable single homes. And you can see just visually here that the difference is quite dramatic in terms of the setbacks on all sides of the property for compo compared to equivalent homes in Beaverbrook and Canada Lakes. Next slide, please. This becomes extremely evident when you take that so-called typical home and back it onto an existing home in Canada Lakes or Beaverbrook right on the edge of the golf course. And certainly, you know, from staff comments to ClubLink in response to their proposal and letter to the Planning Committee, that this level of mismatch on property widths and rear setbacks are fundamentally incompatible. Next slide. Setbacks are not adequate. I'd like to illustrate this looking specifically at the impact on the tree canopy and trees. If you look on the left-hand side towards the bottom, you see the frontage and the front setbacks. They're very small. They're the smallest of any proposal that has been put forward, certainly outside the Greenbelt. And they're proposing to put a sidewalk. And of course, there's a utility trench at the front of each of those yards. And city regulation says you cannot plant any substantial rooted activity, a tree or whatever within 1.5 meters of the utility trench. And trees need to be planted 7 meters from the property. So what we have here is a community that you cannot plant trees in the front yard, and in many backyards, specifically with the rear setback, you can't do anything with it as well. Now, one thing we'd notice is that a lot of these communities with very short backyards don't plant trees. Next slide, please. There's also an impact on parking. The front setbacks are so short that if you put a SUV or a pickup truck, it would overhang the sidewalk. And there's insufficient space, even for something as small as a Toyota Corolla, to legally park on the street in many of these areas because of the narrow sizes of lots and the driveway space and everything else. Next slide, please. So what you get is something like this. In this case, we're looking at Arcadia, which is another high density development. And this is actually a development that is much wider properties, et cetera, than what is being proposed.
Neil,
On the
that's
other hand, yeah.
We're at the end of our time, Neil. Thank you for your presentation. Councillor Suds.
Thank you very, excuse me, thank you very much, Vice Chair Gower. Neil, thank you very much for your presentation. I just have one question. Well, actually I have two. So the first question, you were referring to and had some great images around lot size. Can you speak to the ability to have trees included in these lots as part of the development?
Well, one of the things, like to give you a little background to answer that question, the Canada Beaver Community Association has been working with Dr. Andy Kenny, who set up a neighborhoods tree inventory and knowledge plan. We've worked on that fairly extensively. Robert McCauley, who's one of the directors of the KBCA, has been working fairly extensively with the forestry department and the city in terms of forestry needs. So we've got some expertise on that. And in some cases, we've gone to and asked. And the basic rule of thumb is you need 7 meters away from the house in order to plant a substantial tree, which is like 6 to 12 meters, which are, you know, the prevalent trees in Canada Lakes and Beaverbrook that are our canopy class trees. And yet the front yard doesn't even have that. It's got, you know, less than 8 meters from the house to the curb. So this means you can't plant trees, and I believe staff has also remarked on that they have some questions for ClubLink as to whether that's possible. And if you've got a 6 meter backyard, you've got the same problem. You can't plant a tree safely, and or as it grows, it's going to touch the house, and people are going to cut it down. So my estimate would be that you'd be looking at in this community of something approximating 1/3 the number of trees per square hectare that you get in Canada Lakes and Beaverbrook.
Thank you, Neil. Excuse me. And one other question, which I'd asked to a previous delegation, but I'd appreciate your thoughts on this as well. It's my view that this, excuse me, that this development is very much car centric. The distance to any meaningful public transit is quite far. And I would expect a lot of these homes will have 2 cars in the driveway, which is not ideal intensification. Can you comment on that? Do you share those thoughts?
Actually, there was a supplemental application which someone asked me to put together about the 15-minute walkability, which again was referred to by Councillor Hubley and also by Chris Tarrant. You know, Beaverbrook was built and designed exclusively as a 15-minute community and survived that way into the mid-90s until Big Box got everybody to drive to the store. I would certainly, and in fact, in that analysis, it does show that it's difficult to get out of that community. There's a lot of one-way streets. It's going to make parking a nightmare. You're going to have to go to the end of your street and turn around. It was optimized for houses, not for ease of access. In fact, knowing that there's communities that have been built elsewhere in Stittsville, you can't get school buses in there. And if you can't get school buses in there, that means what are parents going to have to do? They got to drive their kids to school. And a lot of the walkways that went through the golf course will be cut off such that, you know, for somebody to walk to the local schools, and there's no schools being proposed in this area. That means, you know, you're exacerbating it. It's going to another level of car dependency in this compared to, say, Beaverbrook, where people can walk on the paths to school. So it's taking it up a notch in terms of car centric instead of the other way.
Yes, agreed. Thank you very much, Neil. I appreciate all your work on this and for joining us here today.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Neil. Just before we go ahead to the next speaker, I guess a point of order for me, the chair. We're now 3 hours into the meeting, and this is where the chair begins to get grumpy and impatient because I haven't had lunch. We will be taking a short break after we've dealt with this item. We're just over the halfway point for speakers. I would like to ask of committee members Certainly questions are in order, but if we can keep it to questions rather than comments. And for the remaining presenters, if you can try to keep your answers as brief as possible. I'm a little bit worried about maintaining quorum as we continue a little later into the afternoon. And I did want to have one point Mr. Thompson raised. I'm not aware of any residential street in Stittsville where we have a problem moving school buses through. I'm not aware of that issue, but certainly if Mr. Thompson wants to let me know where that is, I'd be happy to have a look at that. Our next speaker is Barbara Ramsey. Welcome, Barbara.
Sorry, I got kicked out of the meeting, so I'm rejoining. To answer your question, I've certainly.
I'll stop you there because we do have a lot of speakers. So Barbara Ramsey is our next speaker, and I want to move ahead to Barbara right now.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Gower and the committee members. In advance for your consideration today, Councillor Sudds, thank you for being there and for your ardent and persistent efforts on our cause. I'm the chair of the Canada Green Space Protection Coalition, and you've met a few of my friends. We represent supporters, upwards of 2,000 residents who are determined in their opposition to these Club Link applications. Make no mistake, we support the protection and extension of accessible urban green space because science shows it drives community health, quality of life, and resiliency. We also support the protection of this green space property because 1,775 property owners have a titled right to its shared access. In the 1980s, Compo planned Canada Lakes and identified the most accessible and easily developed residential sites for its housing development on some pretty inhospitable land, bedrock, clay, and a lot of wetland. In exchange for the permitting, it gifted the City of Canada hundreds of acres of those naturalized open spaces for community use and an expanded golf course. The streets and foundations were pressed right up along long, narrow stretches of bedrock, surrounded and thinly covered by silty clay, now the golf course lands. Grading directed the surface runoff from both Beaverbrook and the new Canada Lakes communities into the site and collected the surface pools and streams, the lakes of Canada Lakes, into those ponds. The 175 acres of permeable land became a purpose-built component to the stormwater management infrastructure servicing the community. The first use of the land, functional and recreational. The second use, critical permanent infrastructure. It was not intended to be disturbed. Left alone, it is sustainable. If Melody will permit and luck is with us, we're going to run a quick video for you. Here is the layout of the course. You saw this earlier from the staff and Laurel McCrate. Long fingers of land, disconnected, but for the clusters of homes within. Our first track is down cul-de-sac, currently number 1 and 2 holes. You'll see the low-lying areas that Club Link proposes backfilling up to 3 meters. All the trees circled, the bedrock outcroppings that are peeking out everywhere will be blasted and destroyed. You can see this is a one street with houses both sides between these communities. You've heard about stormwater management. You can see why it's a major concern. Right here, where will the runoff go? This is one of 4 proposed lagoons. Fully 36% of the open area in the plan will be stormwater lagoons. It is unclear how they will work. There are no safety considerations. Look at the proximity to the existing homes. This is the south end of a long cul-de-sac. So the questions about transportation. This long stretch of road runs north. It runs away from the transit. It runs away from the schools, the shopping areas, and Canada Town Centre. This stretch here between Beaverbrook and Canada will have homes both sides of the road, and it will peter through to Beaver Brook Road at this
1
point,
minute.
one of the 3 access points. What you're looking at here is a second stormwater pond. This pond houses mercury contamination at 9 times the residential limit. How are they going to get the pond? Blasting. You've heard the risk of that from Dr. Meg Sears and Dr. Heather McNair. We're going to take you down a little trip down here. This is currently hole 12. Again, a road. Look at the size of the bedrock on the left and the trees all around. Down the right side, as the slide progresses, we pass one sampling site that has over 10 times the residential limit of mercury. This is a wetland. It has not been tested. You'll have one road, homes down both sides. And again, you're getting the amount and seeing the amount of bedrock and how close it is to the surface here. We end our video approaching a loss of forest here and one of the 3 intersection points where 1,544 homes will access it.
Thank you, Barbara, very much. It's an excellent video. I feel like we're watching the Masters, a really effective presentation. Thank you. Just looking to our committee list to see if there's any questions. And I am seeing none right now. So thanks very much, Barbara. Our next speaker is Kathy Black.
Good morning. I'm Kathy. I'm going to talk about the fact, could Melody put the slides up? Thank you. Next slide, please. I'm going to talk about the fact that the 40% agreement is registered in land titles against 1,775 homes and highlight the key clauses in the plans of subdivision also registered in land titles. I won't be talking about the development applications incompatibility and the applications that still have many unaddressed technical issues. The 40% agreement and the subdivision agreement describe legal and planning protections put in place since the 1980s. Our golf course, abutting home, has been owned by one family since it was built in 1988. It was chosen because the assurances the land would never be developed and because of the view. A premium was paid for the golf course abutting lot around $30,000. In my husband's word, he looked out the front door and onto a well-designed and spaced residential street with mature tree canopy, ample driveway parking for 4 full-size cars, room for non-stream parking, and he looks out the back door to green space, including natural vegetation, rock outcrops, mature trees, ponds, wildlife, and a well-cared open space. I have the best of both worlds. Next slide, please. I'm on slide 3. The City of Canada created the 40% agreement as a principle for preserving golf course lands as open space. The agreement has been continuously transferred, conveyed, and registered in the registry office since its inception in 1981. There are 1,775 individual properties against which the 40% is agreement on registered in title. Of the 1,775, there are over 550 homes abutting the golf course lands. Next slide, please. I'm on slide 4. We had an abstract for our property produced which confirmed the plan of subdivision, instrument number 568-244, and the 40% agreement, instrument number 140350, are registered on our property. Included in the plan of subdivision is Schedule K, italics in green, which describes when the golf course will operate and access to it. These 1,775 homeowners have a legal interest and a planning interest. Next slide, please. You will see in the green italics the reference to Section 50 of the Planning Act and the 40% agreement. So not only was the 40% agreement given legal protection, it was also given planning protection. Legal experts have worked with various councils since the 80s to ensure the optimum protection for this land being preserved as green space. Next slide, please. The city's official plan may have to be amended to remove the 40% agreement. This could affect how other subdivisions have been developed and will be developed in the future. The 40% agreement in the city's official plan and Section 50 of the Planning Act have affected how developers have been adhering to the 40% agreement, and as recently as subdivisions dated 2015. Meaningful community engagement and input would be needed via the community design process if development should be allowed to proceed. Next slide, please. In conclusion, city staff have done a great deal of work to diligently process these applications. I do not support the applicant's proposed development because green space has been given the most protection possible by both planning and legal mechanisms since the 80s. The golf course lands are utilized year-round. The development applications do not meet the city's official plan policies, and the application is not compatible with the surrounding community. Thank you to the city staff for all the great work they have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Just having a look to see if we have any questions from our committee members, and I'm seeing none. So thank you very much for your presentation today. Our next speaker is Stuart Morris. Stuart, are you with us today?
I am. Sorry, I am.
Right.
I was muted. Sorry, my name's Stuart Morris, and I'm a resident of Canada Lakes. If you can move to the next slide. So I'm going to just talk a bit about my relationship with Canada Lakes and talk about the golf course as a community open space, and also point out that the golf course is a successful community business. Next slide, please. So I fully support city staff and other community residents in their opposition to this golf course destruction proposal. I moved into then new Canada Lakes in November 1991 as a young family. I was attracted, like other people have said, like many other high-tech workers, to this community, which was its green community and its award-winning golf course. With young children, I went tobogganing on the many little hills in the golf course like many people do. And now, in later years, I enjoy spring, fall walks and winter snowshoeing and cross-country skiing. Next slide. Yeah, so the Golf and Country Club is accessible and well used. I back on the golf course, so I have access to it out to my back door. And ClubLink wants to tell you that Canada Golf and Country Club is a wasted, underutilized space. But I know firsthand that it's not, as other people have said. Next slide, please. So preserving golf courses is a matter of preserving public health. I mean, other people have talked about it, you know, in the times of COVID-19, you know, we all appreciate being able to get outside and enjoy the green space, and that will continue to be a factor going forward. And there's been studies that say, you know, access to green space is good for your health. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to go through a few slides, just pictures, to show how well used this golf course is. The ClubLink like to say that it's not used by cross-country skiers. Believe me, like the first picture showed there, that it is well used. There's tracks all over the place all the time. I've seen people out the last couple of days. As soon as the snow's there, there's people out there. Next slide, please. And also, as other people have pointed out, people use it for walks, etc. at other times of the years. You know, in the shoulder season and even during the summer, people will walk down the pathways. There's pathways that go through the major parts of the golf course that you can walk to the store. You can just wander around the golf course when nobody's golfing. Next slide, please. And also, just some nice pictures. People enjoy nature here, and the nature is out the backyard. These are all pictures that community members have taken of the wildlife that, although ClubLink consultants didn't want to recognize, there's many major wildlife that enjoys the green space. Next slide. Just more pictures. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Now, there's also the point that this is a golf course, so the major use of it, of course, is the golf course. This golf course, as other people pointed out, was formed back when Beaverbrook was formed, and many of the members are drawn from the community. And there is actually a lot of developments around this that people will tend to use the golf course and they're attracted by its feature. And this, this year, the golf course was well used. I mean, I witnessed it myself out the backyard, but it is well used. Then the members show that it was a full tee sheet. It was used
1 minute.
quite well used. Next slide, please. And golf is very popular in Canada, and I'll skip along here. Next slide. So this just shows growth of golf in Canada. Next slide. And this actually shows how the Canada golf course, if you look at the blue lines, we don't have data for all the lines, but basically the number of members in the Canada Golf Club are growing just as Club Link's average members are growing. Next slide, please. And also, I mean, another factor in how much a golf course makes is how many rounds of golf is played. And it's been very consistently 25,000 plus rounds of golf a year at Canada Golf Club. Next slide, please. And we get data. Yeah, so the Club Link is successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Stewart. I'm just looking for questions. Seeing no hands raised. I did want to note the comment about success of golf clubs over the past summer. In Stittsville, the Amberwood Golf Course had a 1,000% increase in net income. So COVID-19 perhaps was very good for golf courses. So thank you, Stuart. And our next speaker is Diane Waloff. Diane?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, Melody, could you put up the slide, please? Okay. Good afternoon. I would like to explain that unlike many other golf courses, the Canada course is not a flat field. Sorry about that. I'll plug the phone. It has, it's not a flat field, so it's difficult to figure out in the drainage. In particular, there are many high ridges around the golf course. Go to the next slide, please. There are many high ridges around the golf course that drain down onto the lands. There's large variation in height within the fairways and also in relation to neighboring homes. There's a large amount of permeable landscape, which plays a key role in water absorption. And even so, the golf lands regularly experience surface water sheet flow. Various drains and ditches and natural creeks provide drainage routes, and they largely feed the whole 9 pond. Next, please. This diagram comes from the urban design brief, and what we have added here is some large red arrows which show the downslope drainage flow. There's indications of the high ridges and identification of the large hole 9 and hole 8 stormwater ponds. The hole 9 one is at the bottom middle of the diagram, and with the arrows pointing down, you can see that that's a natural point to collect the water. Okay, next slide, please. This is at the back of my house. We can see a high ridge in the distance, an illustration of the delta change in the land. The gray shows the water melting, and it flows down the picture towards the back of my home and goes into a hole 18 drainage ditch on the bottom left, which in turn delivers it to the hole 9 pond. Next slide, please. And this is the summer view. Again, the water collects on the fairways and drains down towards the bottom of the picture and into the hole 9 pond from there. Next, please. And we're at the bottom of the hill behind this. This drainage ditch protects our homes, and it saves us from the water coming our way. Next slide, please. And just as all roads lead to Rome, the water all assembles here into the whole 9 pond. And although it's not the fountain of Trevi, the geese go on holiday here, and a lot of golf balls find their way here too as well. Next slide, please. The problem is that the Club Link development plans are going to remove, first of all, 75% or more of the permeable landscape, which will increase the sheet water flow. More importantly, they're going to remove the large whole 9 pond, the ditch that feeds it, and the whole 18 pond. They are going to build various new ponds, but they're a long way away from where the current ones are located. And in addition to that, they're going to alter the land drainage behavior with infill and also big cuts. And these are big levels that they're changing. Basically, changing grades so close to home shouldn't be permitted. Next, please. This is the back of my home, and I'd like to draw your attention to the blue line. That is the edge of my lot line. The grass here is contiguous with the golf course lands, and we actually maintain it and take care of it during the whole season. Next parallel, no, go back, please. The yellow line shows the edge of the 3-meter buffer. So my lot line is blue. The new lot starts there. It's real close to my house, 10.2 meters. And unfortunately, you can see with the red line, the new lot will be of grade height 3 + 4 meters higher. So it's going to be cutting off the views from my backyard. It's real close to the house. It's going to have to be held up by a big rock wall, I assume. And that by itself, the land delta will cause drainage problems draining down onto us. And these problems are on several places in the new proposed plan. Next slide, please. This is a comparison of townhome lot sizes on Windire at the top, lot areas I mean, and the list of new homes on the left. And what the chart says is that basically the lot areas of our side units in Windire are all much bigger than any of the single detached homes, as well as the others.
We are at our time.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
I didn't hear that. I got interrupted by the telephone, so I apologize about that.
That's okay. That's okay. Very detailed presentation. Thank you for that. I'm not seeing any questions from our committee members, so we will go to our next speaker, who is David Fisher.
Hi, my name's David Fisher, and I'm a resident of Kanata Lakes, where my family and I have lived since 1996. I was in high tech in the UK for 20 years, and Kanata Lakes was recommended to me by my colleagues from Nortel, visiting from Canada because of the environment, and that's where I chose to live in the end and to remain in Canada because of the environment. My slides briefly address 4 issues. One is landscape, one is the inadequate area of parkland that's being provided or proposed. The third is a definition of what constitutes public open space, because we have very large stormwater ponds that are being described as open space, and they dominate the open space calculation of the developer. And the fourth is health benefits. If we could move on to the next slide, please. It's apparent from this bird's eye view of the golf course that a good proportion of the course is covered in trees and rocky outcrops, as we've seen from the earlier video. Next slide, please. This slide zooms in more closely and is a bird's eye view showing, for example, hole 12. This includes several substantial rocky outcrops, a naturalized swale that's home to frogs, birds, and wetland plants, and a pathway that is very well used by the public throughout the day. The path is highly visible from the adjacent housing and consequently provides for safe recreational use. Next slide, please. The photographs in slide 4 illustrate the nature of some of the rocky outcrops and trees, including the unusual raised rocky outcrop on hole 18, the 1.2 hectare lake on hole 9 with wildlife, and the wetland plants in the swale hole 12 summer and winter. About 1/4 or 25% of the total area of the golf course retains natural areas of rocks and trees, and the green space in between provides open access, enabling them to be seen by the public walking on the golf course from November to April, just as in any landscape park. A detailed table is included in the appendix of this slide set, quantifying all the areas of rocks and trees on a golf course using GeoOttawa mapping. Next slide, please. Slide 5, this illustrates what happens to land when it's developed for housing. Features of the landscape are for the most part destroyed. Next slide, please. One theme of the developers' ecological analysis has been that the wildlife and plants are not particularly rare, implying they're not of value. However, this completely misses the point that if developed, all wildlife and plants will immediately become rare in the area due to complete lack of habitat. Slide 6 introduces my second issue. This is about parks. This map shows the area occupied by the existing 1,500 homes, for which the golf course is the main recreational area. Without the course, the current area of parks is just 3%. And the next slide, please. Slide 7 is a similar map, but includes the surrounding neighborhoods and shows the additional parks proposed by the developer, which would add just 3% and include no additional green space to compensate for the loss of the course. In total, after development, we would have just 6% by area for parks and green space, well short of the City of Ottawa targets, making the residential area a green space black hole. Compare this, for example, to Katimavik, where the area of parks alone is 19%. In practice, 30 to 40 hectares of parks and green space would be appropriate to meet Ottawa targets for the combined residential population after development. Next slide, please. This slide just tabulates the parks in the 5 adjacent communities and shows again how this development proposal is inadequate in provision of park space and green space. Okay, next slide, please. My third issue, which is addressed in slide 9, is the composition of the 14 hectares of open space that is listed in the developer's proposal. Over half of this open space comprises stormwater ponds. These are very large and not child safe, occupying 6 times the area of the 2 existing lakes. The remaining open space comprises areas that would become difficult or impossible to access and are of little recreational value.
1 minute.
Next slide, please. Finally, there are many studies on the health benefits of green space that have been published. The one referenced here was authored by Marianne Kingsley of Toronto Public Health in 2019. Another is referenced in the appendix. The benefits of green space to the overall health of the population are highlighted in the slide. The green space offered by the golf course is a good match to the desired green space characteristics listed, notably accessibility and quantity. Next slide, please. In conclusion, removing well-utilized recreational green space within Ottawa is counter to the interests of public health. The golf course and the out-of-season access to it by the general public is a scarce resource in the residential area that justifies preservation. Ottawa developers have many areas for potential housing development, as has been stated already on this call, that would not significantly impact existing communities. And there is no justification for allowing the destruction of well-used recreational green space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. I'm not seeing any questions from our committee members, so thanks for your presentation. Our next speaker is Nancy Brown, and then we'll have one more speaker after that. Nancy.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can.
Okay, great. My name is Nancy Brown, and I've been involved with the traffic issues in Canada Lakes for a number of years. I am speaking to the traffic report. The report was prepared by a Toronto-based engineering consulting firm. It has significant factual errors and assumptions that have led to unfounded conclusions. Slide 2, please. There are 5 collector roads affected in the neighborhood. 4 of them have homes on both sides of the street. There is proposed 4 new access points for the new development onto these collectors. The City of Ottawa's guidelines for collectors have a desired limit of 2,500 vehicles per day. Canada Lakes was a planned community with these guidelines in mind. My concern is of the development's effect on these collectors. After complaints from the community about excess volume and speeds on the collectors, some traffic calming measures were applied. This included 11 speed cushions on Knutson in 2016. Slide 3, please. In the report, the Toronto consultants falsely claim there are no existing traffic calming measures in the study area except for stop signs. The fact is, there is traffic calming. This falsely implies that there are no traffic issues in the neighborhood and that the proposed development will have little impact. Slide 4, please. To determine existing volumes, vehicle trips, the consultants did peak hour studies on November 18th, 2018 for 2 parts of Knutson Drive. Typically, the City of Ottawa performs 24-hour tube studies, usually over a number of days to determine volume. When you compare the 2 methods, which were, you can see that there's 2,100 vehicle per day for the Club Link study and 734 on the same street at the same location. I've seen a number of traffic studies for Knutson and have never seen this variance. I believe a more accurate and complete traffic study needs to be conducted to get a more accurate picture of volumes. Next slide, please. Another study they did was to project the additional vehicles per day based on the new development. They came up with a number of 7,000 vehicles per day based on certain mode share targets. Another alternative formula is based on house type, and it is used by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. It shows a volume of 13,800, which is almost twice as much. The consultant's comment was, if the mode share targets are not made, it could negatively impact the safety, especially for the children walking to school. For example, if there's less than 4,000 OC transport trips a day made from the new development, that could impact safety. No mention was ever made in the report for the safety of the existing community. My concern is the vehicle per day numbers have been minimized. Slide 6, please. The report states that several roads in the study area operate with daily traffic volumes in excess of the city's desired targets and are comparable to major collectors. Are they implying that since the roads are already over capacity, it's okay to add more? In the analysis provided, some of the collectors will be close to 8,000 vehicles per day. If they've underestimated these numbers, we could be into a scenario where the collectors move into the category of an arterial road, just like Campo.
1 minute.
I believe this will exacerbate the existing traffic issues and increase risks to pedestrians. Slide 7. The Ottawa Master Plan talks about safety to the public and protecting the neighborhoods from excessive traffic volumes. Slide 8. The proposed development cannot put the safety of residents and new residents at risk without more accurate and complete traffic information. Mention of intensification was commented on earlier. The price of intensification cannot risk the community safety. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Nancy, for your presentation. I'm seeing no hands up from our committee members, so we'll move on to our final speaker on this item, a familiar name, Marianne Wilkinson. Hi, Marianne.
Hello, thank you. I wanted first to thank the planning staff, particularly Laura McCreight, who have done a really thorough job of considering the applications before you and coming up with a recommendation that I fully support, as it's the only logical way to deal with a plan that is worse that I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of them. I've been involved in planning for this area for more than 50 years. In fact, it was 50 years ago that Teron had left, and I had just joined March Township Council, and I was asked to lead up the planning for the community. And with a group of community volunteers, we took that on, and you've seen the results that have it, because our job was to make sure that we followed and implemented the concepts that Teron had put in front of us, and which we all accepted. What we did was we made our decisions basing on a three-way way. It was the residents of the community, it was the municipality, and it was the developer. At that point, it was now Campo, and we worked together and came up with things. And that's not what's happened in this particular case. The owner of the land has completely avoided dealing with the community, came to one meeting to say the things and then refused to come back again for the official meeting that was to be held. And they really have broken what was their own agreement. They signed a legal agreement to uphold the 40% agreement when they bought the land. And they are now living away from that and trying to put something in place that very clearly does not fit, does not work in many, many different ways. What we need to do now is to ensure that this doesn't come back. And we're waiting for the legal decision, but when it does come, and that will be really an important way of doing it. I actually was the negotiator for that 40% agreement on behalf of Canada with Campo Corporation. And it was something that was done, as was played out earlier, at their request, in order for them to be able to do the types of things they wanted to do on the lands that they owned. And this was a large part of their lands. They had others as well that was included in the 40% agreement. Not all of that land has been deeded to the city yet. The K&L lands that you know about have lands to be deeded, but because they're in their subdivision to be done, but they have not actually been passed over to the city yet. So keeping this open space is important not only for this particular case here, but also for future lands that are very high environmental lands that were to be protected under that agreement. I think that it's very important when you go to LPAC that you take all of the issues that have been raised here by the community, and they've done a lot of good research. You'll find that Canada people don't just say no to things. They actually take a really close look at it, and they come up with alternates, and they come up with reasons, and they come up with evidence that shows that this is the wrong way to go. And the ones that have been making presentations today have been very clearly doing this. This is something that we need to be able to follow up on in the future. I've heard earlier on that people are asking about radon gas. Well, radon is in Canada. I used to have public meetings on that, and I actually got the city to have all the developers in Canada pre-lay in the issue so that if there was radon found, that they could be able to easily put in the mitigating measures. And I also worked to get Terry on to make it part of the conditions of the and supporting the residents on that. And that's all been put in place now in this area. But they've ignored that in their application. They don't even talk about it. It's not any different than the mercury and other things that they have ignored. The other thing is you asked about density, and the density is Canada North has 12 high-rise apartment buildings. You don't find that anywhere else outside the green belt. It's because we put them in the places where they're closer to transit. And this is not close to transit. It's not an area which will work that way. So I urge you today to support the staff recommendations, to ask the staff to include all of the information that the public has so thoroughly investigated, to provide them with more background information to support their position at LPAC, and to work with the community together. If by a very faint chance the legal agreement is upturned, that nothing should happen here without a major community design planning process that involves the residents with the city, and the developer will take part. And anything that does happen here has to be done that fits into the community, and this certainly does not. So thank you for having this hearing today and for hearing from everyone in the community that I think have been working so hard. And I thank Jenna, who got saddled with this just after I left. I figured that they probably were waiting till I was gone. I'm not sure why, but she has done a superb job in working with the community, and the community has done an excellent job in bringing the resources together to be able to support the city. Because this is a case when the city and the community are together, it's only the developer that's got his left foot forward.
Thank you, Marianne. We do have at least one question for you from Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to take a moment to thank former Councillor Wilkinson for coming out. I know in my entire career she's always reminded me of why things were done a certain way in Canada, and I'm sure Eli will shake his head too, that she always tried to keep us on the right track to keep that vision alive over those years. And I don't know if Jenna has a do not contact order on her or not yet, but I know she would be a big help to Jenna as well. So thank you for coming out, Marianne. It's always great to see you.
Thank you, Ellen. And I do support Jenna, but she is the one, counselor now, and I don't want to interfere with what she's doing, but I do provide her with information when she asks for it, and occasionally when she even doesn't ask for it, but in private, because she has taken this file and she has really endorsed the whole of the Canada concept. And I think she's got a real learning curve that she's had the last 2 years, and she's picked it up very, very well. And Glenn, come out and see our apartments. We've got lots of them. There's even more coming.
Okay.
Where they should go.
Councillor Suggs.
Thank you, Chair Gower. I'm going to get it right the last time I do it as your chair today. I'm going to just stray from your direction, and I just want to offer my thanks as well to Marianne for joining us. I'm being brief, but I appreciate your support throughout this. There was a lot of history to get up to date on, and you've been fabulous. And again, thank you for coming today as well, Marianne.
I'm writing a book about this. I can't put everything in because it's too much, but there's going to be a lot of stuff about this issue and all the other issues that we've done over the years.
All right, thanks very much, Marianne. We have no more questions from our committee. That's it for our delegations. We do not have the applicant registered to speak, although they did submit comments that we have on file. Are there any questions from the committee for staff? You can raise your hand if there are. I see Jeff Leeper raising his hand. Jeff, over to you, Councillor Leeper. Vice Chair Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just trying to pull up my notes here. They've disappeared. There we go. So I've spent a lot of time thinking about this and chatting about this file. And I've listened, I've been listening to all of the delegations today. I don't see immediately that it is inappropriate to put a denser infill neighborhood into this neighborhood. We as a city need to accommodate the majority of our growth over the next 25 years within the existing urban boundary. And that's going to be difficult to achieve. And it means, and we promised this at our growth management strategy meetings, that every community in the city is going to look different. It's the planning of the 1970s and the planning of the 1980s and 90s is not the planning that we apply to cities anymore. Every progressive jurisdiction in North America is shifting their planning thinking, and we cannot be in the business of protecting low density suburban sprawl. That's not our mandate. Our mandate is to achieve, the sustainability goals that we set out for ourselves. Absolutely, that green space though is significant, and I think it needs to be protected. We allow development in that green space at our peril. We're not making big spaces like that anymore. And I absolutely do not want to let developers off the hook for commitments that they've made. I think that would be sending absolutely the wrong message to residents as we continue to intensify. But what I'm finding particularly problematic about this file, and at the heart of why I still don't know at this second how I'm going to vote on it, is this question of disallowing the development because it is out of character with the neighboring community. And the planning rationale that staff have provided with their recommendation that we reject this application says in the very first bullet, the lot pattern and scale is not in character with the surrounding community and is thus inappropriate. you know, for those of us who are in busily intensifying wards, we are hearing from our residents every application that this is out of character with the neighborhood. You know, a 28-story tower gets put in next to a 2-story house. A low-rise apartment building goes in next to a single-family home. A lot width, or the required, we vary every 2 weeks. The Committee of Adjustment varies lot widths to allow for 2 houses or 4 houses where once there was 1. Neighbors are telling me that's out of character. And as we intensify, planning staff are telling residents, character doesn't mean what you think it means. It doesn't mean the same. And my question for staff today is, how am I going to tell the residents of Kitchissippi a coherent story about intensification when we are working to preserve the character of some neighborhoods, but we are not working to protect the character of others? It's, on the face of it, incoherent and puts me in a really difficult spot, not just on this particular application, but in defending intensification overall. So staff, can you please unpack for me how lot pattern and scale not being in character with the surrounding community is a planning rationale for rejecting this application?
Acting Chair Gower, to answer your question, Councillor Leeper, I think there's many facets that we could touch on. Just keeping in mind that this location does not have an intensification target. It is outside of the Greenbelt, so we have to take a look at it on its own merits. There's many things that we can look at, and as the report stipulates, and there aren't enough details in there, the Planning Department does have many issues with the development right now as it's proposed. You know, we're not saying that all lots have to be the same as what's existing in Canada Lakes and Beaverbrook, but we are asking for more of a range. Right now, the lots as proposed by the Club Link proposal is anywhere from 30 to 45 feet, and that's just not what you see in the existing communities of Canada Lakes and Beaverbrook. Are we saying we want all, 50-foot lots, 65-foot lots? No, we're just asking for more of a variety that would be more in scale and in keeping with the existing character. So we take a look at character as one part of the rationale, but it's definitely not everything that we look at. We have to also take a look at the impacts and transition on existing neighbors, on what's existing there. And compatibility is more than just looking at singles on singles or towns on towns. It's about trees and green space, the public realm, as well as streetscape. Some of the pictures that the delegations had, and a few from my presentation as well, show you kind of the feel and the characteristics of Beaverbrook and Canada Lakes. And when you compare it to that of the proposal by Club Link, it's obvious that the character doesn't match up. So all we were asking when we go back to the applicant is that we want something that's a little bit more to scale with what's existing, including rock outcrops. Canada Lakes is known for some hard bedrock, and we like that respected. Those, if you drive through Beaverbrook, you see that all the time. So it's more not just necessarily about density, but it's about character and feel.
But it's lot pattern and scale. Like I wish that was not in the rationale for rejecting this application. Every time a long semi is allowed to go in on a 25-foot lot where the predominant pattern is 50-foot lots in a neighborhood, can I expect that the planning staff are going to oppose that as being out of character with the surrounding community? I wish that line was not in this planning rationale.
Chair Gower, or Acting Chair Gower, if I may, as Laurel had stated, every application is looked on its own merits and it's taken into consideration with the surrounding area. And in Councillor Leeper's ward, we do look at the policy direction. For example, a good example would be developments along traditional main streets, such as along Scott Street, or as you find along Richmond Road. And it is the policy direction that is there that we do follow. And it is right. I mean, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have intensification here. There, as Laurel mentioned, there's a number of things that are of concern to the department with respect to what is being proposed on the surrounding lots. And very much you could have intensification on here on lots that, as you say, are not exactly the same. And intensification does not represent exactly what is there today. But we'd like to work with the developer, as always, to come up with something that does fit in. And right now, we don't feel that what is being proposed with respect to the lots is compatible following that policy direction. Just as in your ward, we might have some concerns, or if someone's putting a long semi in, we use the policy direction there for development and have it fit, in the department's opinion, in a compatible way with the surrounding development.
I think within the Greenbelt, if Planning Committee accepts this rationale, we are making intensification that much harder, because residents are going to be asking us on development applications, why are we protecting the character of some neighborhoods, but not protecting the character of others? I'm going to continue thinking about this over the course of the next 7 minutes, but as a planning rationale for rejecting the application, I think that that is an inappropriate one and puts councillors within the Greenbelt in a very tricky place. I know Councillor Moffat's always got good things to say. I'm curious to hear what he has to say.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Councillor Moffat, you're up next.
Thank you, Acting Chair Gower. And yes, I might touch on some of the comments that Councillor Leeper made, just in contrast to a degree. So I support golf course contraction because it's necessary in the industry for it to prevail. We saw immense growth in the golf course industry between 1995, 2006, growth that was not sustainable. And we've seen a dip in that. You saw some comments here, some stats here about golf course popularity increasing. It's not. Golf courses themselves have contracted by a rate of 10% in North America in the last 15 years. If that was to happen in Eastern Ontario, that's 15 golf course closures. We've already seen 6 golf courses closed in the last 6 years in Eastern Ontario. It's going to happen. Now, the thing about Canada is that this isn't Glen Abbey. Glen Abbey is one large site. It's a very easy site to develop, to redevelop. Beacon Hall in Aurora was just sold for $250 million, or at least there's a bid for $250 million for development. But again, it's a fully contained site. It's not a golf course development intertwined within a community. So when you talk about that compatibility, it's a lot easier to make a golf course redevelopment compatible with a community when you have a bit of a box, a bit of a massive open space, as opposed to, I mean, you could, I texted someone recently, you could liken this golf course design to the Finger Lakes, into how it fits within Canada. You can't effectively design a community in that type of environment and expect it to flow, expect it to be compatible. You're shoehorning in roads and houses in certain spots that won't make it consistent. You're right. Compatibility is a challenge that we have. Compatibility was a conversation. We just approved 100 Bayshore yesterday. Argument was compatibility. Compatibility is one of the most poorly defined and inconsistent policies that we have at the city, because our prime objective is intensification, and we've reconfirmed that in recent months. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to come up constantly. But in this case, if Canada Lakes was a different golf course design, if it was reconfigured in a way that you could come in and actually make a proper community design plan and do something, you could intensify it, no question. You could have the towers on it that you have across the road, or across the, not necessarily across the road, but across the open space and then down by the 417. You could do that on this site, but not in the way that the Canada Golf Course is actually designed and configured, because it just doesn't lend itself to it. Again, you have to snake stuff through it. And then you have to manage the drainage on that site. And the drainage on that site is actually probably the bigger stumbling block than your legal considerations in developing this property, because drainage isn't an easy one to manage on this site. I mean, it's probably why that part of the property was used for a golf course and not for housing in the first place. So there's a bunch of reasons why this would likely be a significant challenge, regardless of the legal aspect. I think even if you didn't have that, I think staff would still struggle at finding a way to support this development in its current configuration. Not that it couldn't be developed or some part of it couldn't be developed, but its current configuration, does it really work in this plan? And I don't think it does. And you look at the plan, it just doesn't make sense. Again, you're not dealing with one block. You're dealing with an intertwined community that makes no sense. It's like you take a spider type development, a spider web development, you toss it into Hindenburg and you tell me that's going to make sense. It just won't. It never will.
I see a hand up again for Councillor Leeper. Is this looking to speak again, Jeff, or was that up from before?
Yep. If I can get back on, please.
Yeah, over to you.
All right, thanks, Chair. So Councillor Moffat spoke, he used a couple of different words there, and some of my objection, what is sticking in my craw is unfortunately semantic, but I think it's important. The staff report speaks to the lot pattern and scale not being in character with the surrounding community. And character is a really, it's a problematic word in our planning because it's not really a word that we use in the planning world. We speak to compatibility, and the official plan has actually got a very good explanation of what compatible is or not. Character within the green belt, in the mature neighborhoods, character we've defined to mean where is the front door, where is the parking, how much of the front yard is landscaped when we do a streetscape character analysis. Character's got a particular meaning. I don't think that we are necessarily in the business of trying to protect character of neighborhoods, but compatibility is important, and compatibility actually, it has a good definition in the official plan. I am wondering whether staff would take a friendly amendment on this to change that bullet to say lot pattern and scale is incompatible with the surrounding community and is thus inappropriate. And if it's not friendly today, I may be willing to sort of discuss it over the next couple of weeks before this comes to council. Incompatible is a defensible position. Out of character raises a whole thorny discussion that it's a path I don't think we want to go down.
Well, Chair Gower, I don't know if I may, I know it's a staff report. It's our position that we need to work with the developer. That's why we say that right now it's not appropriate for what they have put before us, and it relates to a number of other issues too that have been mentioned with respect to stormwater management and the development, I guess, as a whole. So I think that in terms of how we present this, and I can understand where the councillor is coming from about compatibility and character and policies within the official plan, but it's our opinion that right now, as the proposal stands, that it would need to be amended or changed or worked upon, if you will, to have it to be compatible with the surrounding character of the area.
Oh, what I'm asking for is whether you can change that language to say lot pattern and scale is incompatible with the surrounding community, instead of saying it's not in character with the surrounding community.
Yeah, we can take the time to discuss that, okay. Chair Gower.
Okay, I'm not going to move it today. I will dissent today from the staff recommendation, but I do look forward to that discussion over the next week and a half or so.
And just to clarify, you're looking for that in the report itself, because the recommendations don't speak specifically. Like the recommendations that we are voting on today don't speak specifically to character. It's within the actual report text.
The recommendations are based on a rationale that I consider is flawed and thus inappropriate to pass in their current form.
Okay, thank you. I would like to go to, I don't see any other speakers, so I would like to go to Councillor Suds and allow her to wrap up or any questions.
Okay, thank you, Chair Gower. I've had questions and then they've been answered and we've gone back and forth a bit, but I think I'd like to ask, and likely to Laurel, if this development was to move forward. No, I'm going to rephrase that. Is this land target land for intensification?
Through you, acting Chair Gower, sorry about that. This land is designated general urban area, so this is generally where we like to see intensification. However, it is not land that is designated as an intensification target area. So when we look at, other developments, or let's say for low-rise apartments, mid-rise apartments, and they're designated as general urban, that's where we like to see intensification. It's not necessarily an intensification target area like the Canada Town Center, for example.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify that. As I mentioned earlier, we are seeing intensification in a number of areas in Canada, and namely the town center area is probably the densest, with a number of towers and stacked towns. With that, just in closing, as these applications have made their way through the planning process, my community, as you've seen today, a small representation of it, has for many reasons adamantly opposed it. And Laurel and the team at the city, I have nothing but good things to say about the expertise and the effort that I know that they've put into this process. On the first submission, there was over 200 technical comments that staff sent back. And then again, more recently, again on the resubmission, over 100 technical comments that have gone back. There are just a plethora of outstanding issues on this file that make it impossible, frankly, to be able to approve it. Hence, I think what we're seeing and discussing here today with the report recommending refusal. It's not zoned for intensification. It's not near transit. This would be a very much car-centric neighborhood that does not make sense. It would not be a 15-minute neighborhood in any way, shape, or form. So it would not meet our objectives there. And there's no legal outlet for water that has been determined. I think it was Councillor Moffat who mentioned this. The drainage on this site is incredibly complex, and they have not come anywhere near a resolution on identifying and agreeing on what that would be. It's not in conformance with the official plan or the provincial policy statement. I could go on and on. The rationale is laid out in the report, so I won't rehash it. Beyond the legal issues, which are a separate discussion and will raise whenever we get the justice's decision on the planning merits on its own, I ask my colleagues here today to support the staff refusal. I do not think in any way, shape, or form that we should be entertaining anything but. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suds. And
so ayes and nays, Mr. Chair.
Yes, yeas and nays. I do want to thank all the delegations who presented today and staff for their work so far on this file. I just want to make sure everyone's clear on what we're about to vote on. This is the staff recommendations for refusal of the application. So a vote yes would support staff's recommendation of refusal. And I'll ask our committee coordinator to go through the roll, and we'll do yeas and nays.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Brockington, not present. Councillor Kitts, Councillor Moffat,
Yes.
Councillor Hughley,
Yes.
Councillor El-Shantiri,
Yes.
and Acting Chair Gower.
Yes.
7 yeas.
Okay, thank you. We have one more item on the agenda, and I would like to let's take a 10-minute pause so we can reset and look at that one with some fresh minds. So it's 1:40 p.m. now. Let's take 10 minutes and reconvene at 1:50, and we'll continue with the Bank Street item.
Melody, should we stay on Zoom or should we log off and log on again, or just stay?
You can stay on Zoom, that's fine. Just mute your microphones, please.
Okay, thank you.
All right, everybody's coming back slowly but surely.
I would have been on video more often if we have a good internet. Can you speak to the mayor, see if we can get the rural area better internet?
All right, I will. For you, I will talk to the mayor. You know what? So what are we on now? How many hours of council? We had 6 hours of council yesterday, and we're 4 hours in now, so 10 hours of Zoom. Somebody gave me some really good advice about Zoom, because after Zooms, I'm totally exhausted after 3 or 4 hours. Is that if you watch on speaker view instead of gallery view, it's less stressful because your brain isn't looking at a dozen people. It's only looking at one person at a time, and it's much less taxing for your brains. So if you have a little brain like I do, it's much easier to stay on Zoom meetings for a long time. Try it. It works. I did it yesterday, and I wasn't nearly as spent at the end of council. Okay, are we back live and everything? And can we move ahead, Melody?
We are live. You might just want to do a roll call just to confirm.
Okay, well, let's do that. I'll have you go through the roll, and we'll make sure we have quorum.
Okay. Councillor Brockington? No. Councillor Dudas?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Hughley? Here. Councillor Kitts?
Here.
Here. Councillor Leeper?
I'm
Thank
here,
you.
but my video is stopped.
Okay. Councillor Moffat?
I'm here and have the same issue as Jeff because you shut us down earlier.
Oh. Councillor Tierney?
Here and live on video.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Councillor Alchantieri?
I'm here.
Here. And Acting Chair Gower. We are good.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Brockington, he had to go to an AMO meeting that he was involved in, so he's left for the rest of the afternoon. On our last item, we had an audio issue, and we may not have heard the final tally of the votes for the 7,000 Campos. So Melody, if you could just repeat that for us.
Yes, sorry for any miscommunication there. It's 7 yeas to 1 nay.
Okay, thank you. It's good to have for the record. So we're on to our next item, which is application for demolition and new construction at 390-394 Bank Street, a property in the Centertown Heritage Conservation District, designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We do have one public delegation, and the applicants are signed up. Before we started, I just wanted to ask Mr. Mark to clarify, we're not looking at zoning in this case. This is strictly speaking an application for demolition and new construction because of the location within the Heritage Conservation District. So the zoning, as I understand it, could be coming in the new year. But Mr. Mark, if you could just clarify what we're considering here today.
So yes, Mr. Chair, it is just the zoning, pardon me, it is just a heritage matter that is before you. It would have to be Mr. James who confirms when the zoning is coming forward, but it's just a heritage before you today.
Okay, thank you. And then the zoning sometime in the future. I think that's enough detail for now. So I'm going to start with our delegation. We have Sean Barber from the Centertown Community Association.
Mr. Acting Chair, just a quick point of order.
Yes,
if
sir.
there was a motion to introduce, in typical fashion, would it not be the opportunity to make sure that a motion was on the floor at this time prior to the delegations, and then the applicant can speak to this motion?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Do you have a motion you'd like to introduce at this time?
Certainly, and this is something I think the applicant can certainly speak to, and maybe I get Melody to present the motion on the screen. Therefore, it be resolved that Planning Committee recommend that Council approve recommendation 2A as amended by Built Heritage Subcommittee, and be amended to replace introducing the step back on the 4th story of Bank Street facade with introducing an additional design element on the Bank Street facade as the originally proposed by staff, such as the final recommendations to Council as follows. That 1, approve the application of demolition 390-394 Bank Street. 2, approve the application for the new construction at 390-394 Bank Street according to the plans of the raw design dated August 14th, 2020, conditional upon A, the applicant, in consultation with staff and the ward councillor, heavily underlined, introducing a new additional design element on the Bank Street facade to better reflect the low-rise historic character of Bank Street, to the satisfaction of the general manager, planning, infrastructure, and economic development department prior to site plan approval, and B, the applicant providing samples of a final exterior cladding for approval by heritage staff prior to the issuance of a building permit. C, that the applicant submitting a lightning plan for approval by heritage staff as part of the site plan control process to ensure compliance with the HCD guidelines. Number 3, delegated authority for minor design changes to the general manager of planning, infrastructure, and economic development. And 4, approve the issuance of heritage permit with the 3-year expiry date from the date of issuance. And again, Mr. Acting Chair, I think the applicant can speak to it, and certainly after the delegations and the applicant have spoken, I certainly will be adding my comments and asking questions of staff as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, we'll come back to that later. So let's go ahead with Sean Barber for a presentation. Mr. Barber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sean Barber. I'm the president of the Centertown Community Association, and I'd just like to move quickly through this deck that we have today. Next slide, please. Slide 2 summarizes our position, which supports the experts on the UDRP and your colleagues on the Built Heritage Subcommittee, who insist that in order to fit properly on Bank Street, this building needs a setback at the 4th floor. Many other buildings which you have approved for Bank Street have met this setback requirement, which is key if we are to keep this critical street, Bank Street, pedestrian friendly. Next slide. I want to quickly review the building guidelines which apply here. The first is the Centertown Community Design Plan, which outlines the importance of setbacks for all buildings in excess of 6 stories and requires new buildings adjacent to heritage buildings or streetscapes to use setbacks to modulate facades so that they're compatible with surrounding heritage structures. Next slide. The second applicable policy is the city's building guidelines for traditional main streets, and specifically guidelines 10, 12, and 15. Guideline 10 reminds us that the height of the facade closest to the street should be in relation to the width of the street. Bank Street at this point, at 390 Bank, is narrow. It's only 18 meters between the property lines. When building height on a street-facing facade exceeds the 1-to-1 ratio, as we do with this proposal, you go beyond what the guidelines say is a comfortable sense of enclosure. The normal architectural solution is to step back these floors to get back to a pedestrian comfort zone. Next slide, please. Guideline 12 makes this point. To preserve the heritage character and scale of Bank Street, building designs must include step backs at appropriately low levels. Just in October of this year, Mr. Chairman, the city released a report titled Bank Street in the Glebe, which in fact recommended an increase in the minimum setbacks along Bank Street from 2 meters to 3 meters above 4 stories. And here we're talking about moving back to having no setbacks at all. Traditional main streets are sunny streets. Guideline 15 suggests buildings be designed with within a 45-degree angular plane, so our main streets can remain sunny. Next slide. But here's what that 45-degree angular plane looks like on this building. It intersects the building at the 6th story. A significant setback will help to bring back some, but not all, of the sun. Next slide. These are 2 examples of mid-rise buildings that you, the Planning Committee, have approved for Bank Street that use setbacks to preserve the heritage character and pedestrian friendliness of the street. Next slide. Now compare that to what we're looking at today. Next slide. This is only one example of the cost when you get it wrong. Next slide. This is Bank Street today, or at least how it was a few months ago. Bright, sunny, a gathering place. Next slide. This is a street in Toronto of a similar width to Bank Street in an area where planners have routinely granted exceptions or exemptions to setback requirements. I would submit to you that this is not what we want for our city. Next slide. Mid-rise buildings that maintain and enhance the pedestrian comfort zone are the solution to intensification. Next slide. This is the future, and this is what the guidelines are attempting to deliver. Pedestrian-friendly development is what Bank Street requires. Next slide. What the developer is proposing, however, would take us back to a time, would take us back in time, and is out of step with our needs, and is out of step with what other cities are embracing as a preferred built form. As we understand it, the developers opposed for aesthetic reasons to the incorporation of this design change into their proposal. Of course, they were aware from the outset as to what the guidelines required. They simply chose to ignore them. Mr. Chair, public guidelines exist for a reason. We're meeting today here via Zoom because we're complying with public health guidelines. We wear masks for the same reason, because those guidelines are put in place to achieve a public good. Building guidelines are also designed to achieve a public good, to support the growth and development that we need, but in a way that ensures our neighborhoods and streets remain friendly and livable. So we hope that you'll stand behind this principle, support your colleagues on the Built Heritage Subcommittee, support the recommendation of the UDRP, and support the motion as it was drafted coming out of the Built Heritage Subcommittee, which requires a small modification that will make a big difference to the streetscape along Bank Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Councillor Leeper, Vice Chair Leeper, pardon me.
Thanks, Chair. Sean, thank you very much. The Built Heritage Committee made the issuance of a heritage permit conditional on a 4th story setback. Councillor Tierney has put forward a motion that would walk that back to a design element. What would you understand a design element to be? And does it give you any sort of confidence that the end effect would be the same?
Thank you, Councillor Lieber. I'm not sure what a design element means here. My assumption is that it means, given the fact that the proponent is very much opposed to a setback, a design element is something other than that, a cosmetic, a change to the facade that will signify some sort of 4th floor line that signifies its compliance with the Built Heritage guidelines, which of course it doesn't. So that's why the building guidelines for traditional main streets call for setbacks. That's why the Bank Street study in the glebe is calling for increased setbacks, not 0 setbacks, increased setbacks at the 4th floor, so we can preserve the heritage character of Bank Street, its pedestrian friendliness, its sunniness, going forward, and we don't end up with streets like you have in Toronto, as I signified in the deck. Look, this is the problem here is the cumulative effect. You can make exemptions for a specific building at a specific time, and sometimes you can make a decent argument about that. The problem is the exemptions granted individually over time have a cumulative effect, and that's the problem. That's the problem here.
Fantastic. Thanks, John.
Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to ask your direction before I ask the question. I have a question that I think staff have to answer, but it's related to this presentation. I want to know if the report Mr. Barber is talking about, does it not just apply to the glebe? Because I didn't think this application had to do with the glebe, but rather another part of Bank Street.
Okay, if staff could answer that, yes.
Hi, Councillors Court. Yes, the report that Mr. Barber spoke about is Bank Street in the glebe that we're currently working on right now. So that section of Bank, correct?
So not the section where this application is?
Not the section where this application is. That being said, there is a number of traditional Main Street policies, CDP policies specific to that part of Bank Street, as well as our Heritage Conservation District plan that do speak to the step back that Mr. Barber also referenced in his plan, or his presentation rather.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That's the end of my question on this one.
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing no more hands up on our list.
Chair, I have, it's Councillor McKenney. I have questions of staff.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if now's the time.
We'll be going to delegation to the applicant next and then to staff after that. Okay. Thanks very much, Sean, for your presentation. So for the applicant, we have Jamie Posen from Foten, Roland Ram from Raw Design, Miguel Tremblay from Foten, and Carl Bray from Bray Heritage. And I think between the 3 or 4 of them, they are going to share this presentation. So we'll get the slides on the screen and I'll pass things over to.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to confirm, is it okay with you, of the 4 names that you just mentioned from our team, we have 3 of us who are actually going to be participating in this presentation. I was just wondering if we can put our times together to I guess, equate to 15 minutes, but we may not need all that time, but.
Yes, but I would encourage you to bring it in under 15 minutes if you can.
Okay, well, we will do our best. So first of all, thank you very much. We just heard the names from my colleagues who will be presenting momentarily. I'll just start things off. I just want to note a couple of things. The committee now has a motion in front of them that was introduced moments ago. I guess to summarize our position, we are in favor of the proposed amending motion, which effectively amends one of the conditions from the staff report to remove the obligation for the step back at the 4th story. I would like to speak very briefly about some of these issues because before passing it along to Roland, the architect. Effectively, we've received really positive feedback throughout this whole process, whether it be from the unanimous approval at the Built Heritage Subcommittee with those, with the exception of the recommendations for conditions, whether it be at the UDRP, we went twice and had very positive feedback. In fact, some of the members of the UDRP explicitly said, I love it, don't change a thing. That said, we ended up taking one of the comments, which is very visible from this angle, and changed a little bit of the brickwork on this side. You can see from looking from the north here down south on Bank Street, you can see all the articulation that has been done through this building along the wall, as well as with the brickwork, as partly as a result of that comment. And we are also encouraged that Councillor McKenney as well in the written comments noted the brickwork and the importance of that brickwork. The proposal does meet the policies of the official plan and the secondary plan and the CDP. You heard a lot moments ago from Mr. Barber regarding guidelines. And I think it bears repeating that guidelines mean different things in different contexts. I'm not sure if, guidelines in the context of COVID-19 provisions like we're doing today is necessarily the right analogy, but to really flag that these are not policies that speak to the step back. These are guidelines that are meant to be taken in context. And the thing about this context, there's multiple things that Roland will get into about the specific design, but to note, as you can see from this angle, that this is a corner site right on the James Street corner. And it's also at the terminus of a T intersection with Waverly coming from the east, which really makes it a unique circumstance in terms of the overall massing effect, because there's lots of breathing room around it. Now, not only that, but there was described as being, no step back. That's certainly not the case. As you can see from this angle, there is a step back at the top 2 stories. Additionally, it really bears repeating that unlike the example that was given from further up Bank Street, this is not a sheer wall. It's a very heavily articulated facade, as you can see from this angle. Next slide, please. We've also looked around at the context on a site-by-site basis and really satisfied ourselves, based on what I said a moment ago, that the street wall as proposed is not going to result in the kind of canyon effect that's so feared. And I know that part of this is a zoning discussion, and of course we can return to that in January if and when the zoning comes forward. But it also does pertain to the heritage as well. And we're confident that this is quite compatible with the heritage character of this area. And in fact, the staff report actually explicitly says that the proposal meets the relevant guidelines of the plan. Next slide, please. So we have a couple of slides here that just show the overall presence of the building and the effect it'll have on the streetscape. Next slide, please. And just to make the point, we see some pedestrians here. The concern about being pedestrian friendly. There are a couple of things. One is the question of sunlight. It was actually stated in the Built Heritage Subcommittee meeting by member Podolsky, who himself is an architect, and noted that the step back question is not going to change the sunlight exposure on the street in any meaningful way. So we're not really talking about the sunlight impacts here. With regards to pedestrian friendliness, that has a huge, sorry, I should say the ground floor has a huge bearing on pedestrian friendliness. And sure enough, we've put a lot of efforts into designing appropriately at grade, including allocating pedestrian easement through conversations with staff that have happened to date. And yeah, thank you. That's, I think that'll be the last slide for me. I'll turn it over to Roland and he can speak to the overall design direction and where this came from. Thank you for your time.
Hi, it's Roland Drumkoltoff, Raw Design Architects speaking. Hopefully you can all hear me. I can't see you anymore as relative to the screen.
We can hear you. Thanks, Roland.
Okay. I'll assume that you can hear me. So this slide was intended to just show you that Bank Street is not one consistent line across the length of that street, north-south. It does vary significantly and dramatically in heights along the street, and that will change the pedestrian's perception of what's happening at the street as well. You can see heights there ranging from 2 to 9 stories. So there's no consistent datum. So the idea that you would have a guideline to enforce a 4-story datum and say this is the appropriate height for every building along the street, we think is not quite correct. I go back to Jamie's point that it's a guideline. So there are reasons that you follow it, and there are reasons that you don't follow, where you don't follow it. If we go to the next slide. And this was our analysis, that analysis transposed to the facade of our building. We were looking for a read of the building that was not a single line like the traditional wedding cake stepping back along our main streets of the city where it's 4 and then stepping back to 5 and 6 and 7 stories, but rather have a more muted response. We think this building should be a background building. It should be a relatively quiet facade. We're interested in having a very sort of taut envelope to the building. We're proposing a traditional brick to try and blend into the streetscape in terms of color and texture. And hopefully you can read a little bit here the kinds of textures and perforation of the facade that are proposed here, which you'll see in later elevations. But the main thing here is that we are stepping down at the south and the north sides that have significant chunks of the building taken away at those edges, which is where you're really going to see the transition of the building. Not so much in the middle of the building, but more at the edges of the structure as it comes down to the street. On the right-hand side of the image is James Street. And also to note that we opened up the ground floor at that level as well. So that's a 2-story high space. It's a small public area at the street, which we think will greatly contribute to the livability of James and Bank in that location. Next slide. This is just a study to show how we thought about the rhythms of the facade. So although the facade is relatively planar, it does have a lot of things going on in it. It has a regular vertical rhythm that you can read up the building and a horizontal articulation that's happening. And it's all intended to be done in a very subtle manner, befitting a background building. This is not a foreground building. This is a contributor to the main street, to the character of Bank Street. As Jamie mentioned, this was supported entirely by the UDRP. They did not require a step back. They said study that issue. They did not require a step back there. As a result of input from the UDRP, we did make the cutout on the right-hand side of this image towards James Street significantly larger to basically break down the mass of the building at the 2 edges. Next slide. And so that's a view from the south, from across the street on Bank Street. And hopefully you can read here that the building does step down significantly on the 2 edges, which is what you really would read as a pedestrian. Hopefully you can also see here our ideas about the permeable brick screens that interrupt the facade, the way the rhythm of the facade is broken up by the darker metal panels, and significantly the step back on the ground floor, which opens up the sidewalk area for the pedestrian. So although it is an 18-meter right-of-way, we've added another meter to the sidewalk along our site to make it a more comfortable pedestrian domain in that area. Next slide. And this is a view from the north, showing that double height space at the corner that I mentioned that we're hoping a great neighborhood cafe will inhabit and animate the street there. This is a significant chunk out of the building. As I mentioned, on the top floor, we've enlarged the cutout that we provide above the 5th story there. So the building does step back at 5, 7, and 4 stories, which, going back to the slide where I originally started speaking, we think is the appropriate way to celebrate and to frame Bank Street with a new structure. And thank you, that's it. Oh, sorry, the last thing is we're happy to look forward to working with staff as to what the appropriate additional articulation along that 4th floor line is. We do understand the importance of heritage in the city of Ottawa, and that this building be part of that story. We think there are ways to do it that do not destroy the integrity of the design that you're looking at right now, but will contribute to the street, and we're happy to discuss those further with staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Roland. Miguel, did you want to add anything?
Thanks. I think a lot of the points have been covered, and I won't speak too much, but maybe just revisit a few things in that Urban Capital has been probably the main investor into this segment of Bank Street. They've previously built the Mondrian. They've also built the Central 1 and 2, and they care about Bank Street. They're stewards of Bank Street. They recognize that. They chose these sites for a reason, because they are interested in the character of Bank Street, and they want to enhance that character. I want to remind you as well that these applications, the zoning application has been going for over a year now. The planning applications predate the heritage applications, which are now catching up. But that entire year has been spent not on assessing whether the 9 stories is appropriate, but rather what is the right design for that 9 stories. They've actually gone to UDRP twice. There have been numerous exchanges with staff to try to find the right design approach. The one thing that hasn't wavered or changed in this 1 year is a commitment to this elevation in particular, and how it impacts and contributes to Bank Street. They have consistently been uncomfortable with the notion of the 4th story setback. Having said that, with respect to the guidelines, and it's been pointed out numerous times, they are guidelines. It is not a checklist for approval. It's intended to provide design direction, and they have incorporated those. This design has not been done in a vacuum. It has been mindful of those designs. You heard that the bottom lower level is recessed to create more breathability for those tenant spaces. There is a step back at the 4th floor, at the 5th floor, at the 7th floor. All of those things have been implemented over time on this process to try to give heritage staff some comfort. But at the same time, what has remained a constant is the notion of, and I don't know if Roland likes this term or not, but the honeycomb facade, the floating portion of the facade, is actually, it's misleading to assume that it's a sheer wall facade. It's actually defined by voids and holes more than anything else. If it's an intermittent facade, and that's on purpose to try to lighten that portion of the building that is floating, but it's intended to be best foot forward. Lastly, I'll speak to the issue of the cavern effect. We were very strategic. We listened to the community, the councillor, and staff's concerns of a potential cavern effect on Bank Street. We did an inventory of development sites, and you saw one of the graphics earlier. We determine where the future sites are going to be and where gaps are going to be because of heritage buildings. For instance, we're kitty corner to the Staples building, which is a 2-story heritage building. So on one of the earlier graphics that Jamie showed you, we're very mindful of if a cavern effect could happen, and we're very comfortable that it won't because of the pattern of development. Unlike some of the other streets that you may have seen in some of Sean's materials, development on Bank Street is really going to be more of a checkerboard approach because of those heritage buildings that pepper. We're on Bank Street. I'm looking out at Bank Street, and it is currently characterized by not four-story buildings. There are one or two, but rather more eclectic mix, as Roland highlighted, of datum lines and building heights that contribute to that interest. But it also allows some
1
flexibility.
minute.
It also allows some flexibility in how you approach those guidelines. And that's the intent of the motion today, is to reinstate the flexibility that heritage staff had originally proposed in the original report. The motion, although helpful, is very much what was already in the staff report previously. It's a reiteration of that and saying, listen, we're going to continue to work with staff. We have a zoning application that we're asking you not to implement the fourth story setback on. And then we're going to work with heritage staff ongoing through the site plan control application. So with that, I can conclude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a number of questions for the applicant. We're going to do questions for staff separately. So let's keep it to questions for the applicant. Councillor Tierney is up first.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Acting Chair. You know, I'm actually looking forward to asking questions to staff, but to the group that's brought this forward, the brickwork is actually spectacular, and you know, I would love to see this in my ward, any place. That being said, you have heard some of the concerns, and this is why this motion is being brought forward. Is it was very confusing what was happening at Built Heritage, and I think there's a good opportunity when you're building something this large, and it's really going to clean up Bank Street in this area. What do you think the right design approaches to reflect the scale of a building this big are critical? And I don't know if that's Miguel that should answer that, or.
Well, I think I'd defer to Roland on this initially, and then I can add if he wants.
Yeah, I think without beating my own drum, I think that that's why you're looking at the design you are currently today. Some of the examples, interestingly, that Mr. Barber used in his presentation, one of them was actually our building, where we did a similar maneuver, which is that the datum line which defines the streetscape, so be it 4 or 5 or 6 stories or 7 stories high, changed over the course of the building, because that building, like this one, was a very large building relative to the block upon which it sat. So our position is that cities are by nature heterogeneous. They're not one size fits all, and that applies to the street wall just as much as the population. So we did bring the building down at each corner, which we think perceptually is much more effective in terms of modulating the mass of that structure along the street than anything else we could do. And we think that having that line of the setback change between 5 and 4 and 7 stories creates a vibrancy to the facade that's necessary, rather than have just a simple 4-story datum and then a step back beyond that point. As Jamie said, there's no objective measure for this, but by which I mean there's no measurable shadow impact one way or another. Whether we step back on the 4th or the 7th floor, it doesn't change the actual light levels on the street. We're all talking about a very subjective experience of walking down the street, and our position is that this will be a much richer experience for people than just simply stepping back at the 4th floor.
Fair enough, and you're quite correct. It's not a block, which is good, but at the same time, I think now if let's say this motion were to pass, how do you think we're going to address the final stages of the design approvals? What do you see as we move along, saying that this passes? How do you envision that would work based on some of the elements that we listed within the motion?
Well, we've already looked at sort of tweaking the use of masonry in the facade of the building, which is a traditional building material, which is absolutely appropriate for a main street condition like Bank Street for a high street condition. So we have the bricks and the sort of grillage created where we took them out at the balconies. We're interested in working with staff to try and use that technique at the 4th floor to celebrate that as a special band relative to the rest of the surroundings. So it could take the course of take the direction of like soldier coursing or a header course or some kind of brickwork. There's also lighting, which is very important most of the day, in fact, particularly when we're approaching winter, which can change the relative scale of the building and its impact on the street. So we're thinking of elements like that, but we've not yet had the chance to discuss that with staff. We're looking forward to do that.
Great, and adhering to our acting chair's way we're going to lay this out, I don't have any more questions to the applicant at this point. That being said, I'll reserve my, would it be correct, Glenn, for questions to staff and wrap-up comments are in the next tranche?
Yes, we'll do it that way. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Hubley is up next.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to confirm with the applicant here that if committee supports Councillor Tierney's motion, what you see happening here is during the site plan process and before that, that you're working with heritage staff to try and make some changes here that staff would support. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. We would like to work with staff to come up with something that would meet their goal in terms of reflecting the heritage character of the area and this notion of celebrating the 4th floor datum line that was mentioned within the bounds of this design, because we think it's been a very successful design, as many people have come out in support of it, and we're confident that we can modify it together with staff to come up with something that most people are going to be happy with.
Okay, and I just want to go back to my question that I had to the previous delegation. When you were going through this process, did you think that the guidelines that were in place for the glebe applied to this area as well? Did staff ever notify you that, you know, like Preston Street's nearby, that any of these other guidelines would apply to your application here?
I think I got to leave that to Jamie to answer.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. I can assure you that when we were looking at the policies and guidelines, we were only looking at the ones applicable to this site, which is located in Centertown. So we did not need to, and we're not asked to, and it would be inappropriate to look at any guidelines for a place like the Glebe or Preston Street or any other traditional main street in that sense.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That's my question.
Thank you. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to clarify your response to Councillor Hubley, just so that I'm clear. So then, if the motion that's in front of Planning Committee today is accepted, you will look at, as part of the design element of that 4th floor, some type of articulation along the 4th floor line. Is that correct? I mean, what that is in the end is, you know, will still up in the air, I suppose, if the motion is successful. But you will be looking at something that does provide that articulation. Is that correct?
Yes. What we were concerned about when the discussion veered towards requiring a setback at that floor, that would mean a significant deviation from the overall concept of the building form and the idea of the stepping that I mentioned before, and how he sculpted the building at the corners. That would run counter to that. So we're looking to work with staff to come up with something that works with the current design iteration and still celebrates that kind of 4th floor belt line. And we think there is a way to do it, again, within the bounds of the rendering that you were looking at.
Okay. And could you just, and I think you've said this often, and I just might be obtuse to it. That's not, you know, without out of bounds. When you talk about a step down to context at the 4th, the 5th, and the 7th floors, can you just tell us exactly what that means for those of us who only like what we see, but we're not architects?
Well, it's not obtuse at all because it's kind of hard to describe. We're talking about a building and we're using words. We're talking about a formal exercise, meaning form. Our argument is that to have a building suit the context, it's the edges of whatever composition you're looking at that make the connections across the street or north south, east west from the building to other built form elements in the area. So we think having the building step back at the 4th floor at the south end, at the 5th floor at the north end, which actually looks like 4 stories because we have a 2-story cutout on the base of the building there, and then have it to be slightly higher in the middle, will knit the building into the neighborhood. So you're going to kind of, our thinking is that as your eye sort of moves south down Bank Street from the north, that you'll slowly move up the facade of the building and then move back down again. And that'll also work with, as Jamie pointed out, we're at a T intersection with the street across the way. So as you're approaching the building from that street, you'll have a very formal sort of central axial organization of the facade relative to that street. Jamie, what was that? Waverly? Was that? Yeah,
that's right.
Waverly.
Yeah, Waverly.
Does that help? Sorry.
Some.
Okay.
Yeah, some. So there are some modified step backs, essentially, is what you're saying, at the 4th, the 5th, and then the 7th floor.
Well, no, I'm saying there's substantive setbacks. There are 3-meter step back in the facade, and they're
in the corner.
And
in the corner.
In the corner, and then above the 7th floor, yes, linking.
And above the 7th floor, but not outside of that corner piece. Those step down to context as you describe them are on the corners of the building.
Yes. That's
okay. Thank you. That helps to clarify at least, and I'll have questions for staff.
Thank you, Councillor. Vice Chair Leeper.
Thank you, Chair. Miguel and Jamie know well from multiple open houses in Kitchissippi Ward the depth of feeling that residents have about the building that is next to the Hilson Schoolyard playground just west of Island Park, which rises straight up from the sidewalk for several stories, and the feeling that has created for pedestrians. And when I look at the renderings, I see the really strong potential for this building to feel the same way without some greater step backs at the 3rd floor or the 4th floor. It really is rising straight up at the middle of the building. Why are you opposed to a 4th story step back, which I think would significantly mitigate the potential for a big mistake here?
You're asking me to respond rather than the architect?
Well, I'll ask the architect, or why the opposition to the building, or to the step back.
Well, Roland's muted, so I'll offer a few initial comments. But the architect and the entire design team went through some process, and there's actually slides that you didn't see that were shared with the UDRP, where you start off with the entire volume of the building, and then you start to cut it out at different areas to find a volume that you're comfortable with and that fits well. And the whole point of this one, of this building, is a facade. It's the floating facade that's been chipped away at different areas, whether it's the top or the sides or even the 1st floor, to have what's left, which is, in my mind, the defining element of this building. Everything is about that front facade, the floating facade that's above the 1st floor. And to take away and to start chipping away and start watering down and complicating that facade takes away from the entire defining element of the building. And I'm reading Roland's building. I didn't design it, but I'm reading it, and knowing that is the defining element, there were still steps taken to make that front facade nowhere near as heavy as the facade that you're referring to, where that form, the most obvious element of that form are the recesses and the what I call the honeycomb, where those gaps and holes and those intermittent voids are actually very different in terms of the presence of this building on Bank Street than the one you're referring to on Wellington.
Okay.
Ron, I'm sorry. I noticed you were muted, so I went ahead. But
No. Well, I figured since it was referring to a specific locale in Ottawa that you might be better positioned. I've just been Googling it as you've been speaking, and I think there's a distinct difference in the two buildings, mainly in the corners that we just discussed before. So the way our building terraces down at each corner, we think significantly reduces the visual impact of the mass along the street. That's not the case in the one that's being referred to here.
Because we never want to approve another building that looks and feels like that one does. And
well, for one thing, the material is quite important. We're proposing a very traditional brick color, like a brick red, that absolutely 100% Ontario.
And I do like that, but when you take a look at some of the successful brick buildings that have gone in at Rosemount and Wellington, for instance, it is a tall building at 6 or 7 stories, but even that there's a setback after the first floor and a change in materiality that just helps that building to read almost like it is a more traditional one-story building on Wellington Street. And I'm looking at the renderings that you're providing where the brick is going all the way to the to grade, to the sidewalk, and I'm worried about those really strong vertical expressions without adequate reticulation.
Well, remember, we don't go to the sidewalk, right? Along Bank Street, we are stepped back a meter, and there's another material introduced there. So this screen that Miguel keeps talking about as a honeycomb is suspended above the street, which we think also helps break it down in scale.
Okay, I'm wondering, Melody, could you put that first slide up that shows that Bank Street facade, just to remind me as we continue to look through? And I will leave it there. I don't intend to belabor this. Yes, so I'm seeing the. Okay, all right, I will leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, so we've heard from delegations, we've heard from the applicant. Next up, we will go to questions for staff. We're taking it step by step for this item. So if there's any questions for staff, I'll look for hands raised. Councillor McKinney, you're first, so we'll go to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to hear from Heritage staff. Of course, this wasn't the fourth floor setback wasn't a recommendation in the Built Heritage Subcommittee report. I'm assuming that you had many conversations about the heritage elements, including, especially, I would imagine, that element, the fourth floor setback, as it relates to not just the heritage guidelines, but as you know, we heard the Centertown Community Design Plan, the guidelines for traditional main streets, and you know, to heritage staff, could you just tell us what your concerns were for the vertical scaping of this building as we see it today? I don't want to put you in a difficult position. I understand that the recommendation came to Built Heritage, we changed it, but I believe that, you know, through that conversation, there was some agreement that to reflect the heritage context of this area, that a step back would be desirable.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Acting Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. You're absolutely correct. Staff have been, we've had conversations with the applicant about a step back throughout the process. The applicant advised that that was not something they wished to pursue. So our original condition really was intended to speak to our concerns about further mitigating the impact of a 7-story street wall on Bank Street. So, I would say that the staff's preferred approach would be to introduce that step back, and that was discussed at Built Heritage Subcommittee. But I think we have to recognize that a step back isn't the only option in terms of reflecting that low-rise character of Bank Street. And so that condition was intended to be flexible and look at different mitigation measures that we do feel are necessary here.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And that actually leads to my second question around the options that are available to us. And of course, through site plan, we have further ability to make some changes. And what would you see as staff? What would you see as an acceptable form of articulation along that 4th floor that would speak to the concerns that you had initially?
Great. Yeah, thank you. Like I said, I think there are a variety of options, and that step back in terms of mitigating massing, providing that massing relief would be the best option. But I don't know that it needs to be a very large step back. I think we would be open to looking at a smaller step back just to speak to that low rise character. But also I think there are different options in terms of visual relief as well. So, a change in materiality above that 4th floor. I think the architect and the applicant team spoke a bit before about, a solder course or some other kind of horizontal design element. And also the lighting, that could provide those cues to pick up on the Bank Street character as well.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just end by saying that I encourage the planning committee to let Built Heritage Subcommittee's recommendation stand. I think that we can find I think that we can find the elements necessary. As staff said, the setback doesn't have to be large, but it to have it in the design, to actually have this discussion as a council and make that decision, I think will just add weight to it. I worry just a little bit that it'll come back without much change through site plan. And I just want to, I think that, it was Councillor Tierney, not that I want to call you out, talked about cleaning up Bank Street, but Bank Street doesn't need cleaning up. Bank Street is a beautiful street. It does need development. It does need, some development for sure. And I can tell you that across the street at Bank and Gladstone, when that development was established, it actually re-energized, rejuvenated Bank Street. And we were actually able to extend the BIA even further down Bank because it really animated it and brought people to the street. And it's what we want. And we want people to live here. We want this application to be successful, and we want it to provide us with the space, the pedestrian space, the animation, the people that will live there. So yeah, I was hoping that the Built Heritage Subcommittee recommendation would stand, so that we would have a better chance of ensuring that we do get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I want to say to Councillor McKenney that I'm happy to say that I agree with them and that Bank Street is a beautiful street. And I'm also very happy that we have people that are willing to invest further in Bank Street to keep the renewal going. On that note, I have a question for Mr. Willis. I want to get a clear answer if staff is happy or supportive of the motion that Councillor Tierney's putting forward to, as Heritage staff just said, that they see that there's options that they can work on. I want to get some sort of response from Mr. Willis on that. And part two that you can answer all in one answer if you wish, is this reoccurring question that I've had about the guidelines for the glebe being used in this section of Bank Street. So if you could address those two issues, that'll be my questions.
So Councillor, if you would, Acting Chair, if the Councillor would give me a little bit of latitude to kind of approach this problem a little higher level and work my way down. We have a really good problem today. We actually have a really good problem is we have a really good design to work with, and we're dealing with this, and we have an applicant who's listening to our concerns and I think is offering several options about how to address it. I'm never comfortable when we make modifications to design on the floor of committee without an architect drawing things up and actually looking at real designs. And I think a lot of what's left to deal with in this design should be dealt with at site plan. And that was the department's position in the original report. You know, this is the great planning dilemma. We sometimes have good designs that don't meet the guidelines. And sometimes we have bad designs that meet the guidelines. So we have the better of the two problems today, and that we have a good design that doesn't meet the guidelines. We have lots that have been built lately, some wedding cake deployments that really are not that attractive and create a lot of that street well problem that Councillor Leeper said. And on east-west streets in particular, that's much, much more of a problem. So, you know, we have a building which is very creative. It's got a great ground floor. We accomplished a lot in our discussions with the applicant on the ground floor. We've got a color mix. We've got cutouts, which is a very creative approach. And I really think they're very strong as a design move. We have and we have the honeycomb effect, which I think is an interesting response to avoid the Great Canyon effect. And we're trading that off against the idea of a step back. And I think the applicant has put answers on the table that could absolutely give us that strong visual cue at the fourth floor line that we want. Very strong visual cue, and that's what Built Heritage said. And I'll go back to what Member Podolsky said, is this is not about bringing the light to the street, because in a building in this location, this is not going to, a step back would not bring light to the street, more light to the street. This is about the strong visual cue we are looking for. And I think, in my opinion, the proper process is to have this at site plan. And I appreciate Councillor McKenney's wants some assurance that this will come forward at site plan. And I think the process is there, and that's what the legislation intends for us to sort these things out. And I'll say to the applicant, you know, we're looking for some creativity. We want to see a creative response. And I heard some things today we didn't hear before, which is good and encouraging. We're looking for that strong visual cue. We're not fixed. Staff's position in the original staff report was there's a variety of ways of doing it. So we have the same position we had before. And I think Councillor Tierney's motion takes us back to what our original departmental position was. And as for the use of other guidelines, Councillor, you know, we have a whole nest of guidelines. And frankly, it is actually applicants keep saying to us, we do need to clean up, clarify where everything applies. We have goals for main streets. And as I said, guidelines are, Miguel Tremblay is correct. Guidelines are limited. They're not the same as the actual zoning provisions. They're meant to declare an intent. If we accomplish the intent of what we wanted, even if it doesn't meet the letter of the guideline, and it's a really good architectural design, as I said, that's the better problem to have than a building that perfectly meets the guidelines and isn't actually that attractive.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That's and thank you, Mr. Willis. That's the answer I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to make a quick comment, and then I'll let Tim Tierney have the last word here on wrap up. I'm the former chair of Built Heritage Subcommittee, and I don't want to discount the advice that they've given us on this file. They did unanimously request a step back. But I tuned into that meeting, and there was quite a discussion on alternatives, as we've heard in the last few minutes from Mr. Willis and Ms. Kim as well. And I'm always hesitant because we're a group of counselors here. We are not architects or heritage experts. Ultimately, what we're being asked here is to ensure that this development it falls in line with the Heritage Conservation District guidelines for Bank Street. And particularly, I think what we're going back and forth on is, does it reflect the traditionally lower scale, turn of the century commercial vocabulary of the street? And what I'm hearing from staff is that step back isn't the only way to achieve that. There are other ways to do that with materials, with other design elements. So I do appreciate the advice from Mr. Willis and Ms. Kim on this. The other thing I should point out is out of built heritage, talking about design on the fly, there wasn't a distance of the setback defined. So, if we were to require that step back, it could be 50 centimeters and it would achieve the direction from the Built Heritage Subcommittee. And I'm not sure that that would do anything to help establish the turn of the century commercial vocabulary. So I'm encouraged the applicant is open and putting some creative ideas forward, and I will be supporting Councillor Tierney's amendment. So Councillor Tierney, I'll turn it over to you to wrap up.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. And I've been waiting to use this line for a while. A camel is a horse designed by a committee. And I think we've heard from staff that, I'm not sure we should be making design changes to a building for given that the architectural, we've got to give the architect the opportunity. And I think this motion encapsulates it all. It also includes the word councillor, which is critical. And maybe they're going to make something super cool that's going to go on the building. Again, I would ask my colleagues around Planning Committee to support this and look forward to seeing what happens in the future for this beautiful building. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. So we'll deal first with Councillor Tierney's motion. Is the motion carried?
Carried.
Dissent.
Carried.
Okay.
Dissent from Councillor Leeper. Okay. And on the report, recommendations as amended.
Okay.
Carried.
Carried. Okay, thank you. I believe everything else in the agenda was carried at the beginning on consent. We do not have any in-camera items. There is a IPD for cash in lieu of parkland. Are there any notices of motion for consideration at a future meeting? Not seeing any today.
I have one
inquiries?
to raid other wards cash in lieu of parkland.
Oh, do you?
I barely have any, so go somewhere
Not today,
else.
Moffat. Not
I'll
today.
write it up. I'll write it up and distribute it to the clerk. Thanks so much.
Please do that, Scott. Thank you. Any other business? All right, then we're adjourned for today. Thanks, everybody. The next meeting is Thursday, December 10th. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Bye.